And we are live. We are live. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. I know how it be. I know how it go. But shout out to everybody in the building. You already know what to do. Make sure you hit the like button, whether you're catching it live or you're catching it after it's uploaded. We're joined once again on Saturday by Hood Conservative. About to be getting into this. This is one of the things we're going to be breaking down. It actually comes from BGS called the Matrifocal family. I hope I even said that right. We're going to be breaking a lot of that down. So come on in, strap on in. Let's get ready to go. Let's get ready to go. Where's the intro? Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
All right, what's up? What's going on, everybody? Shout out to everybody in the building. To appreciate each and every one of you for being here in the building. Shout out to LB Crypto. He says, you and Hood Conservative going to break this one down. Let's go. Long Tong Song in the building. I always say it like that. He says, mark me as present. Mark me as present. Absolutely. Absolutely. And E Capone in the building. Thank you for putting 5 on it. Shout out to E Capone. Y'all show him some love. He just dropped his link to his channel right there. Y'all show that brother some love. David Oler King II. Shout out to you. Salute. Oh, shit. Hold on. Gotta get comfy. Harambe in the building. Shout out to Harambe. Shout out to Chukwu Igwe. Killing me with them names. Who else we got in this joint? And E Taylor 704. Shout out to all of y'all. So we're back in here with another Saturday doing in-depth breakdowns. I want to throw you a quick curveball before we get started. I just thought about this because when I did the show on your new best friend, Scott Adams, you didn't get to through all the chaos of the show. You didn't get to say a whole lot. So I do want to pick your brain a little bit more about like maybe 2-3 minutes on Scott Adams, because you've done some recent content on him. I saw the thumbnails. I didn't get to watch it. So anyway, welcome back to another Saturday, and I got to talk to you about your new buddy Scott Adams. I got to hear your clear thoughts uninterrupted on that.
Well, first off, thanks for having me again. This Saturday thing is kind of cool. I like doing this. Leave Scott alone. I had a laugh. I had a good time laughing at Scott and all of his his white liberal troubles, because that's really what I was. Didn't I tell you this was coming? Didn't I tell you on a stream not too long ago that the urban white liberals, the people who live in the cities and around the cities, they're going to realize that they are basically being preyed upon by the average the young black males that are out there looking for a Vic. Basically, don't you the people that they looking for most. You like a food source to a certain element of Black America, and that is getting out of control to the point that white liberals are going to turn on black people. I said this on one of your shows, and then a couple of weeks later, here goes Scott doing his whole breakup letter. It was like it was a funny breakup video. That's what it was. Scott Adams broke up with Black America. He was like, I've been trying. I done gave you money. I done went to your family meetings, and you still won't love me, no matter what I do. You know what? I'm starting to think it's not me, it's you. And so Scott's like, I'm leaving you. And then, people cried and cried and cried. It's funny. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that is it is an interesting concept, because I do know, like, I met somebody. I met a white person. It was actually a white girl, and this was some years ago, and she was going. She was going on her, on her woke stuff. She didn't have the purple hair yet, but she But I guarantee if I ran into her now, she probably got purple hair by now, because she would be into her 30s, but yeah, she probably got purple hair by now. But she was talking about going into areas that I wouldn't even go, because she does she I don't know, she's one of those, she's one of those help out the poor black people type of white people. So and it's funny that you say that. When people actually put boots on the ground and go out there, yeah, they become a quick lick on their whole, we care about the blacks and all of that stuff.
Look, who's the easier $25, you or her? Like just walking down the street randomly at night, you need $25 for whatever reason, and you see Bernard Riley or you see this helpful white woman.
Yeah, somebody recently, and I said this on the last show about Scott Adams, somebody recently looked at me like I was crazy, because I said I stopped and got gas like pretty close to midnight in Detroit. And they looked at me like I was crazy. Even me being, a big 6'1" black man, they like, dude, you tripping. So yeah, the Scott Adams and the purple hairs of the world can go out there trying to be amongst the people all they want. We see how that go. But right.
One more thing before we move on, because this is something I did want to mention on your show, and like you said, it was too much going on, and I was in my truck, so I wasn't in a good position to talk anyway. But I did cover this last night on the show that you just mentioned. This is what we talked about. A school in Ohio recently made the news, and I had the footage. I had the news story plus the actual footage. The school in Ohio made the news because some of the black kids on the playground corralled the white kids into a little section and made them get on their knees and say Black Lives Matter. And when some of them tried to run away, they punched and kicked and forced them back in line, got them down on their knees. It was like 3 or 4 little white kids on their knees. Couldn't hear it. It's only like video from far away. So like you could imagine there's a security camera on the school building and the kids are like on the playground. So there's a lot of distance involved, but so there's no audio, but you can just see it happening. And to kind of go back to the conversation that we were having before on your panel, I don't know that the people who are denying what Scott Adams is talking about, people who are like, no, black folk aren't like that. It's not all. Nobody's saying all. I'm just arguing that there is what I called on the show last night, a culture of just casual antipathy for white people. And then you combine that with this institutional racism, because black people go to school, we talk about our blackness, and we talk about slavery, and we talk about oppression, and we talk about every single L that black people ever took. We even make up losses that we took, and we go to college and talk about this, and then we get in professional settings in the HR department and these little DEI meeting groups or whatever, and we talk about our oppression. Then you think that might make people not like white people. Like that's on the other side of all the suppression talk that black people like. We will spend 4 years and $100,000 mastering the history of racism. You might not like white people by the time you get your degree. And I think that's just a common thing that's out there. And it's spreading even to the young children now.
Oh yeah. No, I told the story before. My son, yeah, he came home from school. Something happened. I forgot what it was. Something that happened. A black person. It was on the news. I don't know. A black person did something to a white person. I don't know. It was sort of a benign story of shit stuff, just regular stuff that happened. And then my son just came. It came from within. He said, like, son, you said something. He's about third grade. Said something along the lines of, well, so what? They did such and such and blah, blah, blah to us. And he just reeled off some stuff. I was like, whoa. so yeah, it is a brute fact that, yeah, you tell kids about this bold and bluntly very early. Yeah, you're gonna weaponize a bunch of okay. I don't even know if weaponize is the right word, but you're going to basically produce black people who
Don't
have
don't don't
a
run from it. Your
well.
first instinct was the true instinct usually.
Well, I don't know if it always comes out as weaponized, but you're definitely gonna just plant the seed or the idea, the thought process, and all. You're going to give them everything they need to basically, to have a disdain for white people.
Well,
It's really no way around it. It's really no way around it.
I'll end it with this comment. If and I accept your premise. I'll totally accept the gambit that black folk have been weaponized. Who actually, if black people are the sword, who wields the sword? This is it for. I'm going to end my TED talk right there. Let's move on to black women, safe territory.
Wait, I want to answer to that rhetorical question. If black people are the sword, who's wielding it? It would have to be white liberals trying to wield it against white Republicans or white conservatives. If I had to guess, was that what you're saying?
I'm going to end my TED talk right here where it's safe. I suggest you do the same, good brother.
I know you wanted to end it with a thought-provoking, make you say rhetorical question, but I was like, hey, I want to answer, but no. But all right, so let's get into the main topic. Let's get into the main topic now. BGS did, and BGS does a lot of good stuff. Does a lot of good work over there, and so I do gotta properly shout him out. And I'm actually struggling to find the video, but he did. Oh, I think it's on his backup channel. That's why I can't find it. What is it?
Black Gnostic Speaks.
Yeah. Okay, so that's why I couldn't find it. Black Gnostic Speaks.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't really listen to his main channel. I haven't really listened to his main channel in years, but his Black Gnostic Speaks channel pops up on my feed.
Oh no, it's
sometimes.
Black Pill Gnostic.
Black Pill Gnostic. Okay, yeah. And
yeah,
no, it's weird. Like BGS and I are in completely polar opposite camps on politics, but he does make a lot of spot on analysis when it comes to like the women and the culture and the relationship side of it. So it's an interesting duality going on there.
Yeah, and for that reason, that's why I don't. If I can, I wish to avoid a political civil war within the Black manosphere because it's. I wish not to have that, even though sometimes it happens. It was sort of happening on the Scott Adams show that I did. So it's going to be some disagreement, but I don't want full on war because I think a lot of people like BGS and everything that maybe on the opposite side of someone like you politically. Just what he brings to the table and the stuff that he researches and unearths and puts out there is so valuable that I would rather see us not fighting each other. I mean, well, yeah, I'd rather see people within the space not fighting each other over over the political stuff. But yeah, I'm trying to get that pulled up and ready to go. It was a real good video, about 11 minutes long. We're gonna play some parts of it and talk about it. So I'm getting it pulled up right now. Anything that you want to give as like the more or less teaser trailer before we start rolling it?
Well, I don't really want to like spoil it for anyone. No spoilers or nothing like that.
Mhm.
But when I was thinking about this and like formulating a mental kind of response to the video, it occurs to me that this is something like black men have been denied something on a fundamental level. And if you want to, especially for people who do want to play the race game and your racial politics and all that, what BGS is gonna kind of expound on, and what I'll explain in detail a lot later, though. Black men have been denied something very, very fundamental, and I'll come back to that. I just want to leave it there for a minute. But we've been denied something so fundamental, even on a racial level. It's shocking considering how much we fight over every little racial piece of territory. But this fundamental thing has been kind of forgotten and left in the wayside. But I'm going to come back to that in a minute.
All right. Let me not. I just realized.
Rocky position.
I just realized I was gonna get a strike for that Star Wars plan. I don't think BGS give a damn about getting the copyright claim. So yeah, but I just realized. Damn it! There we go. All right. Wrap it up.
Black women want you to be wives. They want y'all to be wives.
This is Dr. Ronald Neal speaking right here, and BGS is gonna piggyback off of what he said. So, but just for those that don't know, I want to check you. Go ahead.
Real quick. And this is what I mean about ASAP Rocky being the bad bitch. Listen, the model is for a man to become successful in whatever career, use that wealth and that power to go acquire the proverbial bad bitch, right? That's what women are doing to men now. They now want to make the money and use their success and leverage that success into acquiring a bad bitch at home, which is one of you niggas.
Yeah.
I'm not saying me because I ain't going.
Yeah.
Wives. They want you to be in that ASAP Rocky position. You take care of the babies. You do the cooking. You do the cleaning. You do all the domestic labor and all that kind of stuff while she's out there being the breadwinner. She's out there being the provider. She's out there being the leader. And the black female intellectuals, they will call it matrifocality. That's what the black female intellectuals call it. They call it matrifocality. We have a matrifocal community, a community that is led, or community of households led primarily by women, and the males in the household play a subordinate role in relationship to these women. They are supporting actors. They are not the star.
Let's stop for a
Hey, my
second.
black pill brothers.
All right, hold on. You said stop. Oh shit, my
Yeah,
bad.
before BGS goes too far, and let me just point something out. This is a conversation that doesn't get discussed properly, especially like even if people consider themselves feminist or whatnot. Like, since we're throwing away the traditional rule book, I need someone to explain to me and like give me a bullet point list of what is the expected male role in this new matrifocal system here, because I think that's that's a problem. The male role isn't defined. It's just sort of you're told what you're not supposed to do, perhaps, but not what you should do, maybe. So I'd like to hear just a definitive answer as to what the male role is supposed to be in a system where women have like just the natural assumption of leadership.
Well, easy. The first role is a sperm donor. That's a role. When the hired gun also, but the hired the enforcer when shit goes wrong. I'll say that when shit goes wrong and they're at wit's end, then yeah, okay, then let's let's call so and so. Let's get so and so on it. And
Fair enough. But that means nothing is my fault.
Oh no, it's all your fault.
You see what I'm saying? Like this, we got to talk about this role. We need to redefine these terms here. If I am to be a low level servant with only power that is given to me through whatever woman I'm attached to, then nothing's really my fault.
That would be accurate. And that's the part of the argument that they don't like you to go down that road. And it's a lot of men. It's a lot of men on this side of the internet that don't like you to go down that road because we like to beat our chest and the men are the leaders and anything goes wrong, it's your fault. Even if the receiver dropped the pass, the quarterback is not going to throw the receiver under the bus. He's going to take responsibility or blah 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 blah. But it's like in so many ways and so many times in so many ways they're telling you, nigga, you not the quarterback. So it's like you're in a situation where it's like it comes off as weak, but you're technically not wrong saying it's not my fault. Given the layout of certain things, so there's that. There's that. I don't know if you unmuted or not. Well,
No, that's pretty much it. It's not my fault. That's all I want to say. We've been getting a bad rap for a long time, and I think BGS is going to go into that a little bit.
Mm-hmm. But shout out to Robert J. Carmichael with a $20 Cash App. Thank you very much for coming on through, dropping a $20 Cash App on it.
I want 150,000, so we can settle out of court right now for $20.
Man, get your.
Thank you for putting $20 on it. Do appreciate that. And also, oh yeah, I did shout out E Capone for dropping that 5 earlier. Okay, we got that one starred. Okay, cool. All right, thank you everybody supporting the stream. But all right, let's go ahead and get into it.
A matrifocal community, a community that is led primarily. They play a supporting act.
I'm trying to skip ahead to where BG
Eons, I do. Hey, my black pill brothers, you cannot make this shit up, right? I've been telling you guys for eons, I do mean eons, about the gynocracy and exactly what it is. And Doc just nailed it. He just nailed it. This is the black gynocracy. Now, Diane Stewart calls it the Black Africana Kinship Network. Dr. Johnson calls it the Gynopatesto Black Female Network. I call it the gynocracy. And as Dr. Neal actually says, the black female scholars call it what? Matrifocality. All these fancy names for the same thing. Now, Dr. Neal actually goes into more detail, whereas the white community, the white feminists are trying to replicate the same thing. They call it in the men, they call it the richer sex, they call it a bunch of different things, where they call the wife the supportive parent or the supportive partner, almost like the emotional support dog or animal, something like that. And they call the so-called feminist, career feminists, the breadwinner, the breadwinning wives, or the breadwinning partner.
Hey, Bernard, let me ask you a question.
So there's a punch.
Okay.
Let me ask you something. Have you ever heard of this term? And let me get your opinion on this if you've never heard of it before. This term of the white patriarchal nuclear family. Have you ever heard something along those lines?
Of course.
Okay. Do you believe that the concept of the nuclear patriarchal family, where the dad is the king of the castle and everyone is a ward under him, so to speak, do you believe that is a white thing, like a white invention? Is that alien to black culture, like the white man had to literally introduce that to Africa? Is that something you believe? Well, what do you think of that concept, rather?
Okay, now I got 2 answers to that. One answer is I'm American, because he said that he said when you said white people had to introduce that to black people, it's almost like that's taking it back to Africa. That's you know what I mean. So if you're taking it back to Africa, yeah, okay. I don't know the exact history on that. But overall, I cringe when I heard a conversation and it was just a simple conversation about gender roles in a relationship. And one guy said, "What do you mean there are no roles?" He said, "Because I'm not white and Christian. So I'm not a white Christian male. So I don't subscribe to." This was a black man saying that. "I'm not a white Christian male, so I don't subscribe to these gender roles or whatever. Me and her, we just do whatever. We just, we both work. We
They're
just do whatever
equals,
work." Yeah. That's more or
right?
less what he was. That's more or less what he was saying. What he was getting at. And
You know
so,
who?
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm thinking about this. You know who else was equal? Slaves. The male slave and the female slave were equals. In slavehood, you're both equals, right? Only when you get to be free can you be a husband with true dominion over your wife, and even that is, maybe or maybe not because you're black. But that's the idea, though, and I find that interesting. Like making men and women equal actually is almost harkening back to slavery in that one element. I never thought about that before, but okay, that's wild.
Well, no, they would actually go with you on that because they would say that we're oppressed in a system of white supremacy. We're not free. So of course, black man and black woman, yeah, they're going to be viewed 100% equal, just like two slaves were viewed as equal until you overthrow white supremacy and found your own country from the ground up, brick by brick. Then no, nigga, you don't get no special male privilege, regardless of what you provide. I've heard that argument. So you're not off base in what you're saying, and if you, depending on how you put it to them, they would co-sign that point. They would. So yeah, you're not off base. Let me get it back up on the screen. Hold up. There we go.
Done the video. I'm not going to put all that stuff in here today, but there's a feminist that calls husbands like that.
Cold Steel, I think you're missing the point if you say, but a male slave can do more work though. It's like that's kind of missing the point, bro. All right. Anyway.
Like A$AP Rocky, the lead caregiver, to make it sound nice instead of the wife or the role reversal. The black women have been doing this for a very long time. We think the baby boys are. We think the homosexuals are. Homosexuals are the wives, quote unquote, in that partnership arrangement. Black folks have been doing this forever. Black women have been doing this forever. Look at Jody and Baby Boy. He just wasn't formally the wife.
And I got to pause it on that part. Now, that's interesting when you're talking about the homosexuals. They are essentially wives. They are essentially housewives. I think, okay, here's the deal. If they would fall into the category as wives, but they're not exactly accepting the wifely roles, even though I would reckon that some of them niggas probably do be washing a lot of dishes and whatnot. But keeping that house clean while she going to work in that cubicle.
Taking that nigga kids to school while she go to work.
Who's taking whose kids to school in this situation you just said?
I mean, if you a homosexual, them ain't your kids, but they still got to get to school in the morning, and she got a job. So do the math.
Oh no, he's taking her car. He's taking everybody. Yep, he's dropping her off at work. He's dropping the kids off at work. Okay, and that's okay. So he's dropping her
take
off
that
at
nigga
work.
kids to school, like I said.
He's dropping her kids off. Dropping another dude kids off, and then he's coming home and I guess in the mind of the woman, he's supposed to be in there cleaning up, keeping the house clean. It'd be nice if you had some shit, something cooked, but no, he playing Madden, but so that's the situation now. Now this is where it gets funny. Real quick. This is where it gets funny because it's two-sided because on one hand, they don't like that arrangement and they talk shit about that arrangement and they're they're in the husbandly role, but they come home and they come home and they verbally abuse the wife in that scenario. But I shouldn't even be laughing. That ain't even funny. But
Yes, it is. Yo, because what I've been saying that. Listen, man, if they had everything over us that we naturally have over them, they would be the worst tyrants ever. And this is what I mean. We oppress them out of self-defense because they would kill us in our sleep.
yeah, okay. But that is an interesting concept. The baby boys, they're essentially wives, and then the chick Yvette, who he dropping off in her car, dropping off to go work at a call center, that's a husband. And yeah, that's the situation.
Okay, he was the
But that's what I
concubine.
mean
So he
about
was
what
not
the
family,
male
but
role
wife.
needs to be more defined. But good, I want to stop the video. But the male role has been undefined. Like you're not for women who say they want a man to be at home. So like, what do you really want? What is acceptable here? And I don't think anything is acceptable. But I think the conversation needs to be opened up just so we can get to that point, so we can all stop lying.
I guess one thing I want to ask you, to what degree, because it's like women, they would deny it all, but to what degree do they actually like it? Do they actually like this role, or they're actually okay with it? Because they would deny it on one hand, and then you listen to their rhetoric on the other hand, and it's like they're okay with it. So it's like some gaslighting and flip-flopping going on. So where you at on the notion that they actually like it the way that it is?
I think on an emotional, like, power trip level, a lot of women like that element of it. Like, you know how, like, sometimes, like your girl just wants to mess with you just because she's bored, right? It's a weird thing women do. Like, a man will never be in the peaceful, happy, chill part of the relationship and just look around and be like, you know what, I'm bored. Let me start some shit with her. Like women just kind of have that weird, kind of natural, chaotic, borderline evil nature to them. And I think that in a situation where women have just actual, like leverage and power over men, that that urge that is kind of probably minuscule under normal circumstances, it's going to get exacerbated because there's nothing to hold you back from being the most complete bitch you ever wanted to be. And I think that's what dudes who wind up in that situation complain about.
Yeah. Perfect storm in the building. What the $5 super chat? Thank you very much for that. Thank you for putting 5 on it. Says female slaves was, hold up, I can't see that. Give me one. Okay. Female, I saw my little bald spots. I cut my hair too low. Hold on. Let me back up off the camera. Said female slave. Okay, now I can see it. Yeah, female slaves were over male slaves because they was bed wench. Like, I understand that people debate stuff like that. I have no interest in having, the slave Olympics. Like, who was
Which one was the slaviest?
Yeah, I'm done on that. Yeah, but I mean, I understand what you're saying. I mean, it's like that. Taking black antebellum slavery and all of that out of it. Slaves have all. When it's a weird thing, and that's really a red or black pill to swallow. We actually talked about that recently on the show. If a group of men get conquered, it's like it happens relatively soon where the women are having sex, forced nonetheless, but either way it go, having sex with the men who just defeated their men. And so, yeah, they can, it is a brute fact that they can, fuck their way into a cozier position, possibly, depending on, the situation. So, but I'm not in the midst of doing the slave Olympics on what slave was a worse slave, better slave, who's slaving it up at a deficiency or an elevated point. I don't do that. Yeah, slave is a slave is a slave. I don't even go there. But thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. But all right. Let's get back into it. 189 people in the building. Hit the like button. Let people know who was the slaviest. Yeah, that was funny. People will argue about that. Who was the slaviest? Our slavery was worse than their slavery. They had the worst slavery. I wasn't better slaves than us. It's like,
this is not new amongst the black community. It's not. The thing is that feminism has allowed a formal place in more of a accepting role of them doing this. And guess who the first people who are on the forefront of doing this is? Black women. As we call it, a matrifocal relationship, which comes from the South. Like I said, the black family, as my partner put it, my friend put it, is a survival unit. And a lot of this adaptation that we had to go through for our kind to survive through the horrors of slavery and Jim Crow developed this. And they've been arguing about this for the last 100 years when they talked about the black matriarchy. I was just looking at another video from 1970 that talked about the black matriarchy and how offensive it was to women, even while they know they were doing this. It was embarrassing to black women to do this. But guess what they didn't do when they had the opportunity? They never gave it up. And you see with the covers, they just doubled down. All BLM did was actually express what was already thought. Black men were never part of the black family. They never were. Black fathers were always
right
a
there.
resource. And matriarchy.
Right there, bro. Black men were never a part of the black family. And that, like, I was listening to BGS do this, and I was like replaying images. I was having flashbacks in my mind. I swear to God, I was like I was in a zone when I listened to him, and he said that. I think I think any guy who goes through like a divorce, you know how they talk about women initiate the divorce, right, or whatever. I think when it comes to like Black America, I mean, we don't even get married that much, so the divorce rate is a unique number in and of itself. But I think when it just comes to the basics of who's having children, and then once the child is born, it's like Brifolt's law basically dictates that the female, not the male, dictates the structure of the family. And if the female decides that no relationship with the father is necessary, then no relationship with the father will be had. And you see that playing out in Black America all the time. But to actually experience it, and this is what I mean about, I was alluding to something earlier. I'm going to bring it back, but we've been lied to so thoroughly because growing up, especially growing up in America, like you said before, you're not African, you're American, so you don't even have a context to even what's an African family like. Like, it doesn't make sense to you. You can only think of this American thing, which is man, women, children. That means you were born in a lie. They were lying to you from birth about your birthright as a man, essentially.
All right. One thing I do want to ask, people talk about this all the time, the African family. And I think it's a misnomer to ask, well, what was the African family like? Because even today we go to Africa, it's a lot of different countries. And within those countries, there's hundreds of different tribes and all kind of stuff. But everybody wasn't living the exact same way. So I think it gets goofy when people try to pin down what exactly the Black family was, if you understand what I'm saying. I don't.
Yeah. That is why I think the question around the white patriarchal nuclear family is such an interesting question. And I've said flat out, I am no longer fighting that battle. I want a white man's family. No, let me not say literally. I want the family that white men are allowed to have.
Yeah.
However you want it, because it sounds weird the first way I said it, but
I want the white man's family.
like I got his kids in the trunk.
Yeah.
No, but the idea that even by African standard, there is no African standard.
Mhm.
However, I don't know if we have the same vision of European white man standard. We man, and history may in fact be different, but our common perception of it is white man, white women, white children. But in Africa, whatever you niggas want to do, wherever you at, you niggas decide whatever the fuck you want to do. So maybe it is kind of the white patriarchal nuclear family. I didn't make the rules, bro.
Yeah, that's worthy of researching. Just seeing, we may do a deep dive into some research and find out that the majority of African families were matriarchal. That would be disheartening. that would be disheartening. That would be basically saying that, like, put it like this: if Africans are doing something en masse, that I take a step back and say, yeah, that's kind of baked into the cake. That's that, like for example, when Ike explained to me that CP time is a thing in Africa, like across the board, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of baked into the cake. That's kind of what's hardwired into us, and we have to fight against it to do better in normal Western civilized norms of society. It's like so, and I obviously hashtag not all, but clearly at a higher percentage rate, we're a people that don't move as timely. He explained it. He broke it down scientifically how just from a cultural and environmental standpoint, they've always they viewed it as like three different times, like morning, afternoon, and night. So if we're doing something, we're doing it in the morning. That's from but that's sometime between sunrise and noon. We're going to be doing this thing, and
You know what that is, bro. You know what that is? That's
what?
a literal. That is a literal representation. It's a cultural exposition of numbers aren't real.
Oh shit! Damn.
That is a cultural. That is how the cultural appropriate. I mean that is how the culture solves that problem of numbers not being real. All right, there are no numbers. There's morning, there's noon, and there's night. You see when the sun come up, morning. You see when the sun stop there, noon. You see when the sun go by, night. It's fucking
Yeah,
white man number.
yeah. Ike, who's Nigerian, he said that they kind of that yeah, it did come from the sun. When the sun was in a certain place, that was morning time, and that was roughly
I
we're going
know.
to do
I
it
know.
roughly around morning. You're going to do it sometime roughly around noon. We're going to do it roughly around such and such time. It was not a specificity of we're doing this at 3:35 p.m. on the nose. It's like no, it
That
was it
that
was
is a
none of
white time frame. You are literally operating by colonial timing, colonized time. The white
yeah.
man literally came to Africa and colonized y'all time. Y'all niggas is morning, noon, and night. No, 3:45, you slow nigga. 3:45. Get here at 3:45.
Yeah.
Colonized y'all niggas time. That's crazy now that I think about it.
Yeah, no, he literally said if something was set at 4, you can expect, people to just gradually start filing in sometime after 5, and they'll probably get going about 6. That's normal. He said that's how it is, that's what it is, that's how they move, that's how they operate. I remember when I was taking some community college classes, the psychology teacher, really, really smart guy. He actually passed away some time ago, but really, really smart guy. Willie E. Thompson, that was his name. He said he observed the same thing when he was in Africa. Something was supposed to start at 5 p.m. He showed up, 10 minutes early, like he always do, 15 minutes early for everything. Sat there for 15 minutes, and then once 5 p.m. came, he just, I was like, wow, nobody's here. About 5:30, he starts seeing a little smattering of people filing in. By about 6 o'clock, it was like, oh, okay, some people here, so we might have an event. It's not canceled, I see. And then, about 30 minutes after that, it was like the crowd pulled in. About another 15 minutes after that, they started. He's like, wow. He's like, this is for real. This is how they move. This is how they operate in terms of time out here. So I segued into that to say that there are some things that are sort of culturally baked into the cake, hardwired into us, rather it's cultural or rather it's just our hardwiring. It's some things that's baked into the cake. So I was just wondering, I wonder if you go back to Africa and really research it and break it down to the molecule, is more matriarchal families and communities, is that sort of baked into the cake with a higher percentage of the countries, tribes, or however they divvy it up.
I've said this basically as a joke, because you know me, I have no respect for people's sacred cows. So people tell me like, oh, Africa was always matriarchal. We were always, had female leadership in Africa, and I'm like, and that's why the white man conquered you. That's literally why the white man conquered you. You had bitches in charge, and the white man showed up and was like, easy. And now I'm thinking about the timing thing, and I'm like, not only did y'all have women in charge, you niggas don't even get up early. Like, he could have won just on that alone. Like, the white man got here first. He was at the battlefield early, ready to go. You niggas is napping. It's over.
I'm glad you said what you said, because I just want to make it very clear. Those dudes who said, well, it was like that in Africa. I do have I don't give a shit mentality towards that. I'm about what works today. But it is interesting. It is interesting from an academic standpoint if you go back and look at something and research something and find out that, oh, that's why niggas do some of the shit that they do. That is interesting. And some people overuse that concept, be saying, oh, well, we do this because back in slavery, such and such, so and so, like so those can be overused concepts when we start talking about what was happening in Africa or what was happening in slavery. Sometimes we can overuse those concepts, but overall, I think the correct position today is to not care and do what makes sense today. But all right, let's dig back into it. But real quick before I dig back into it, hold on. I got my phone on right here. But the Clue channel in the building says, so hold on, wait, let me make that appear differently. All right, there it is. That's better. He says, specificity is white supremacy. No, but one could argue that. Thank you for putting 5 on it, but there's people who
don't make me pull up the chart, Bernard. Don't. You said no, and I'm like, don't make me point at the chart and tell you you're wrong, but we're not going to do that.
You said, is that the chart where they said all the things that are white or something like that? It was what chart are you talking about?
The National African American History Museum chart of whiteness, white culture, and they kind of listed with graphics and bullet points all the various elements of white culture. And don't be surprised if I can point at the chart and prove you wrong.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure patriarchal two-parent man-woman household was one of those things. But all right.
No, specificity. No, just when he said specificity is white supremacy, and you said no, I'm like, the chart.
Okay, so the Black History Museum acknowledged that is indeed white supremacy. The chart.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. The scientific method, yada yada yada. Yeah, it's in there.
Oh wow. All right, let's go.
He doesn't necessarily need fathers because the father's not really there for the male leadership role. It's always done by others, which is why there's videos begging Black men to do what? Provide a male leadership role to women that have babies out of wedlock, that have boys out of wedlock. because that is the normal gynopotestal, matrifocal, gynocracy, African kinship network role that men are supposed to play in this society, in this culture.
You remember when I said earlier in the show that you said, what is the role of the man in this type of structure? I said, first role is a sperm donor. And then when shit hits the fan and Burton gets too high, then the role of a man, normally a different man other than the sperm donor, is to come and basically clean it up and be an enforcer of some sort to try to get the train back on the tracks. That's pretty much what it is and how it goes.
Culture. And they're getting hostile and pissed that black men won't step up and do it. I was just looking at another video from the LaPiece where this woman.
Damn, I'm sorry I keep stopping it. Isn't it interesting? The sperm donor, he's always going to be there to step up for his role in it. But the guy that they expect to step up on the back end is not stepping up anymore. It's like that's putting the community in a peculiar situation where they're always gonna have the abundance of feeders or breeders. They're gonna always have an abundance of that. But what's going to happen when there's an underabundance, of the people that come in late and clean up afterwards,
Black America is a three-legged table, and one of the legs are getting short.
Yeah.
That's all that is right there. It's that one leg is getting shorter and shorter, and sooner or later the table's going to fall over.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, so here's the deal. Their reaction to it is to not isn't going to be to stop dealing with the breeder types. That's not going to be the reaction. They're going to keep that party rolling, but they're going to try to increase their efforts and their methods to try to get the save the day type of guys back on board. But they're never going to stop and think, wait a minute, these save the day guys are the guys that we should be doing the reproducing with and doing normal families with.
There's a complexity in that. There is a little complexity in that. I think even the save the day guys, from the black woman's perspective, get treated as breeders. Breeders with a financial attachment. Some breeders provide better perks than others, essentially, but a breeder is a breeder. And so I think even for that element of that segment of Black America, the guys who, the ones who stepped up, as they say, they get treated as breeders too. It's not like Black women ever see them as full. They never see them in full white masculinity. You are always a breeder.
You just reminded me of something when you were just talking, of something that I very briefly touched on. We gotta talk about. Well, I called this the alpha stepdaddy. Move that banner. That's right there. Okay. All right. Good. Okay. We're gonna talk about this towards the end of the show. The man says, if I marry a woman with a child, we become a family, meaning every child under my roof is mine. The father of the child, this is talking about the biological father of the child, must respect me as the father to his child. Basically, if he wants to see his child, I should be notified so I can know where my child is going. And I should be told if the child is not coming back and what time, and what time will the child be back. And I expect the mother to understand and be on board with this. I think that's what they want. I think that's what they want. They want to have, because when you said the save the day, the guy, nothing but he's just another breeder. Like that's what they want right there. They want the alpha stepdaddy to come through with that kind of energy right there. But We gonna talk about that later in the show. We gonna talk about that later in
Bro,
the show.
I saw that post because I be catching stuff on Twitter, and bro, dudes don't even understand. Like, I read that shit, and I was upset. I was like, man, I'm ready to spin the block on this nigga right now. Like, that shit pissed me the fuck off. Like, you really gonna you really gonna put yourself in this position? Like, you gonna stay here in between me and them? Like, all right, nigga, all right, go ahead, do that.
Yeah, yeah, that's what they want. They because we view the stepdaddy as a soft spoken simp, but nah, stepdaddies they riding in with that beating that chest energy. That's the alpha stepdaddy. You got to get the fuck out of his way. The woman, the kids, and the baby daddy. Everybody submitting to him. God damn it, that's the alpha stepdaddy. Don't fuck with him. But all right, we're gonna roll some more to take. We got to talk about that later in the show. But all right.
Who says she refuses to be a partner or a wife to a man that has children? She didn't want a ready-made family. She wanted to start her own with a man that was childless. And he had a woman arguing with her because she really wasn't arguing for fathers that have their own children, because that's not the case. The thing is that she was saying that even though there's a lot of women in our culture that have already made the mistake, decided to be single mothers, decided to have children without partners, that they're already here. And what about the children? We need to clean this stuff up. What they're saying is that we need black men to do their role or their part in this gynecologist, this matrifocal relationship that we have in the black community, in the black ADOS culture. I know that because my family, the women in my family, have formed a gynecologist or matrifocal relationship with linked households and linked families
Bro,
amongst women that control their households.
bro, right, yeah, right. I thought it was just me. Like, holy shit, that way. I didn't realize what was happening until it happened. But wow, I didn't know it was that deep. That shit goes everywhere, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. That's so he's saying the women in his family. Hold on real quick. I'm fumbling because I'm looking at oh wait, no, sorry, that was a cash. I thought somebody came through the cash app. Well, shout out to Eric Anderson, not Edward Anderson, Eric Anderson. He sent the cash app yesterday and I forgot to acknowledge it. So yeah, that's why it's still sitting there untouched. So shout out to Eric Anderson. Do appreciate that. Do appreciate the cash app from yesterday. Yeah, so what he was saying right there, I was a little distracted. I was just trying to play around with my cash app. But he's basically saying like the women in his family have ultimately, if I understood it right, he said they've basically made explain it how he explained it. Explain it how he
Okay, no, no,
explained it.
no, no.
I kind of missed.
This is what I've witnessed in my own personal life, and the
Yeah,
way
go
he just
explain that.
said
Yeah.
it reinforced what I've witnessed. So, to make up for the traditional relationship that a woman would have with a man, they actually form just networks of women who are in the same situation, and so all these women for each other play the role that having a man would fill. They help with this and they help with that. They give each other pointers and they watch each other kids or whatever. And it's like you need the network of single moms to replace the dads. That's what I've noticed. And so when he said that, I'm like, oh yeah, damn, that shit's real.
Yeah, and I don't know if you got background noise. I don't know if that was your baby mama or babies or somebody in the back, but yeah, we can kind of hear that. We heard something. Get your baby mama in check. She pulling up on you on the internet talking shit. We heard that, but but what? So here's the thing, and I try to avoid talking about stuff that's related to real life actual people that I actually know that or used to know. I try to avoid it, but a girl I know, well, used to know, used to mess with, used to talk to. This was sometime long after we was done talking. I saw it pop up on Facebook where she did try to create. She basically tried to create a website to facilitate what you described. Basically, somewhere single mothers could click up, link up, and get together and live together in whatever little living arrangement that they could live in, and that's, they help each other out, support each other, babysit each other kids, do all the, basically be single family units. I mean, basically be I think they called it multi-family units or something like that, where it was for single mothers. Like he was trying to start with a website. Eventually it was going to turn into an organization. I don't know if it's still going, but they that's the thing. That's the thing. And last time I brought it, actually I mentioned it on my last show, and we was like, if three of them could get together under one roof and cooperate with each other and all their bad kids, with all the different daddies and all the, if they could do all that, they couldn't cooperate with one man and make it work. But so there's that. There's that. But Charles Merchant says the sisterhood absolutely loves alpha step suckers. He does her work for her, keeping a father away from his child. Ooh, that is a factor in that equation. Yeah. But all right, let's roll it.
Imagine being a Sigma that has to manage this kind of stuff because they still look to me to be that enforcer, to step in and play the so-called masculine role when necessary for all my grandchildren, put my daughters in check, put my children in check, this kind of stuff because still are matrifocal.
Now I wanna back it up because what he said is real important, because he's saying that he's still called on to basically like I said hired gun earlier, but that's kind of what they bring him in as the closer when they need, they need things to get in order. Okay, we got this thing, we trying to do it, we trying to make it, we living how we living, and we could do it, we good, we don't need men around, we can do it without men around. Oh shit, we can't. Now we got to call on the most manly of men in our family to come correct all this shit. Like that's pretty much what he's describing right there. And so that's something that has to be notated.
Disrespectful.
That's
disrespectful too. That's wild disrespectful. Like that's why I kind of like that resonated with me when he was talking about that, because I'm on the same thing. Like, you don't pay attention to me no other time. I'm stepping up for you now. Like, you're gonna have to figure that one out.
Relationship with linked households and linked families amongst women that control their households. So imagine being a Sigma that has to manage this kind of stuff because they still look to me to be that enforcer, to step in and play the so-called masculine role when necessary for all my grandchildren, put my daughters in check, put my children in check. When they can't do it and they need backup, basically I'm the last line of defense. Even though my ex, is hard-headed as hell and we couldn't see eye to eye because she wanted control, and I'm a Sigma and I'm not going to be controlled. I'm not going to play that passive role. I can't tell you how many times I was asked to play the A$AP Rocky passive role, man, and it just never sit well with me, which is why I'm not married. That was a spot that was offered to me. And I can tell you, I've been offered good money to play that role in certain circumstances. Not enough. They never hit most of them I dealt with didn't have that kind of money, or nor their families had that kind of money. What they would have helped me out tremendously if I had accepted that gynoprotestal role. I just didn't. Looking back on it, I probably should have. I've been much more well off and much more set as far as finances if I had. But it's always been there. And what the doc says, which he didn't accept it either because I'm sure it was offered to him too, what the doc says is accurate. And the only difference is that in 1970, they were actually arguing against it. But in 2023, they're actually putting it out front. This is what we want. This is what we want. This is what we're demanding from your elite on down. Now that white women have co-signed it, and if you really want the whole thing, I'll put the link in the description to the doc's almost 2-hour lecture. Really, it was a lecture, 2-hour lecture about this. That they actually admit this stuff. They admit the need, without not only the need, but not only the formation and the fact of the gynocracy, but they actually wish that they want to enhance the gynocracy and put it out front. The Aesop Rocky position is not new. The only difference is, up until I would say 20 years ago, they were embarrassed to actually put it out front.
You
They
know
knew
what?
that's how
Right
things
there, let's
ran, but
stop
the
for
thing
a
is, they
second.
didn't want the white people knowing this is how.
Think about this. The new political wave is it won't be called this. It will never be labeled this. Or it might be. They might be this bold, but I doubt it. The new political wave will be to like legally substantiate the quote gynocracy. That's what's gonna come next. Like that we're kind of quasi in that state already. This is what I mean when I say like the women own the children. That is like a very base element of legally just substantiating the gynocracy. It's one thing when they want to like do it socially and quietly. It's another thing when they have the legal backing for it. And then I mean, I said that's going to be the next wave. Now that I think about it, this is the wave we're in. The gynocracy has full legal and social backing at this point. There are very few privileges that they don't have right now.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Things run, they want to blame it on black men. They're just weak. They're just not up to snuff. You still hear it. We're running circles around them, and they just can't keep up. And blah 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 blah. But they don't tell you the damage that they're doing to their boys, and how compromised they want their boys. This is intentional. This is not accidental. No culture can do the same shit for 200 years and it'd be an accident. But they don't know, especially after the last 60 years of trying to affirm and raise the standard of black boys. We're still in the same spot. You look at educated black men versus educated black women, it's still 3-1. Still almost 3-1. It's 2-1 actually. Okay, it used to be 3-1. It's 2-1. That's been that way forever. The vast majority of valedictorians still today in black high schools are female. Still today. That's what Moynihan was talking about, 60 years ago. That's what Clark wrote about, some 70 years ago. It's not new. It's not going to change because they don't want it to change. They just want the negative outcomes or the negative press that they get from having a matriarch or gynocracy. They want to blame it on you. That's when brothers bounce and go someplace else where the conditions and the environment is more suitable for their progression. They get pissed. They were pissed at Judgy Bitch. They try to run Judgy Bitch off the internet because she published a study that says,
who did he say?
Black boys.
Who did he say?
Somebody named Judgy Bitch.
Did he say
Judgy Bitch? I guess.
Judgy Bitch.
I think so. Yeah. Must be a content creator I never heard of.
That's funny.
Internet because she published a study that says black boys are fare just as well, just as good, and just as intelligent, and fare better with the change of mother. This is a gynopotestal pattern that goes all the way back to emancipation. Black boys were never supposed to be educated.
No, right there. That's the point I was waiting for too.
I paused it right at the same spot too. Yeah, I had to go ahead and say whatever you're saying. And I have a question too, but go ahead.
Now, going back to the point I was laying out before, there's something very fundamental that we've been denied as black males, as black men, as boys, and it's ironic, especially considering so many black people are into what the white man did and the white man that. Black men were supposed to, by law, that this is actually legal struggle that black men have engaged in. I've had an argument about this case with somebody. That's why I know it to be true. But black men have been fighting legally and socially for the typical white patriarchal family structure that everybody else in America had just commonly. And our main opponent was not the white man. The white man honestly wasn't the main opponent. It was the black woman who was fighting to restrict us at every turn from having that basic fundamental thing that allowed, as they say, the white man to conquer the world, where it started with him conquering his woman and his family. And black men have been denied that at every turn, and it was by the women around us. The woman closest to you never wanted you to reach that level of supreme white manness. But they love the white man, though. Don't ever forget that.
Let's explore that. Now I forgot the question that I originally wanted to ask. But let's explore that. You said it hasn't been the white man, it's been the black woman. I hate people talk in terms of the white man, the black woman, as if there's just one big giant white man that's doing some shit. But either way, so let's explore that a little more. It hasn't been the white man, it's been the black woman. How so would you say is it just, would you say that just more so from just the fact of just the strict patriarchal family structure and the order of it, that she ultimately hasn't wanted it? She valued her freedom in doing what she wanted to do, doing her own thing, and when it comes to having a family, she's having it on her terms. Would you saying are you saying it's more so like that's what it is when you say that that's been the one opposing the black man's pursuit of white patriarchal family structure?
Yes, it's a little bit of it's a complicated thing maybe, but I'm gonna try to broad stroke it for you. Um, so I think we can trace things back to, like, slave culture or whatever. Black women, and somebody in the chat did make a relatively decent point how women had a lot more authority over the slaves on the plantation than like your average male, right? Because just they raised the children and all that stuff. And so, give me a second. So, they did have a certain level of like freedom and autonomy, and then even just the basic de facto situation of a male slave and a female slave. If the man marries a woman and they're both slaves, you're still both owned by the master. So she's never truly your wife, right? And
Yeah.
black men and women came into freedom out of that reality. So from that basic truth, right, black men never actually got to own their women, so to speak, until after emancipation. And it was at that point, right at that point, that black woman said, I'd rather not. And from then on, we got things going back to Sojourner Truth. There's a famous quote from Sojourner Truth, who was like one of the early feminist abolitionists, whatever's, and she was talking about black men having the right to vote, and not so much being entirely against black men having the right to vote. She just wanted women to have the right to vote, and her specific logic was that black men will treat their women the way the white man has always treated them, which is right back to my main argument. The standard in the country, like it or not, was the average free white man, whatever he was allowed to do. The black man now wanted his bite at the apple, and we've been denied that at every turn. And then here's where it gets complicated. They want the same outcomes that the white system produces, while rejecting the fundamental elements of the white system, which is patriarchy. And then they turn around and tell the men that you will never get ahead because they don't want you to succeed. Meanwhile, they will never put you in the fundamental position to succeed in the first place. And this is why I look at the whole civil rights and that black struggle kind of thing with the fisheye, because it really has. It wasn't necessarily always like this, but over time, it's just become nakedly about what women want and what women think, and keeping women happy, and the men get less and less reward for the whole thing. But it really is kind of like a shell game. It's I'm gonna be the one who keeps you down and holds you back, but I'm gonna point to that guy and say it was him. And that's kind of what's evil and duplicitous about the whole thing.
Well said. Well said. I'm gonna back it up a little bit because I had another question that I know that it'll get sparked once I hear the part again. So let's hold on, give me 1 second.
And fare better with the change of mother.
Oh yeah, that was it right there. What's your thoughts on that? The notion this is one of those stats that where it's interesting, but it's also fucked up. But and I think BGS just recently did some content on this where he really broke it down. It's like a 20-minute long video explaining that black boys apparently do better when raised by white mothers. What's your thoughts on that? Because he prefaced it by talking about how they've always, black women, have always been the majority of, the higher percentage of like the valedictorians all throughout school. Even going back to the 60s, always did better than black boys in school, and so forth. So, but the
You know
one way
how
to
you know
one
how
way to
it's
correct that is switch to mother. That's fascinating. But go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's like a common trope that women use. Oh, the men are intimidated by successful women, yada yada yada. I think it's actually the opposite. It's a simple case of projection. It's actually the women at whatever level they are intimidated by competent men, and one of the reasons why I think the change in mothering will produce such a stark difference in outcomes is because generally, broadly speaking, white women are less threatened by male leadership than white men than black women are, and more specifically, they are less threatened by black male leadership than black women are. I think that's just that basic fundamental truth. Black women are threatened by black male leadership, black male competence, because it threatens everything it means for her to be a black woman. The existence of capable black men fucks up her reality as a victim queen, strong and independent black woman who's been done wrong by every man that she ever slept with.
Mm.
This is a gynopotestal pattern that goes all the way back to emancipation. Black boys were never supposed to be educated. They were always supposed to be compromised and controlled and used for labor. I have no problem with black boys being pushed into trades, okay? It's an honorable blue collar work that's had a long 300-year tradition. I would never say that black people shouldn't. They should be honored. And black boys and black men that want to be in those trades and want to do the physical labor and make good money, because they make damn good money, especially in
Christian, I responded to your text. The answer to that question is yes. I didn't know if I was clear. I made a joke and I just thought about it. I don't know if I was clear when I answered your question that you texted me, because I put a joke right after the answer. But the answer to that question is yes. Anyway, moving on.
environments like this. But the thing is, it should not be restricted to just that, because that's what they were restricted to back in 1890, back after Jim Crow, back before civil rights. They were restricted. Still today, they push black boys into trades, and well, not as much as they used to. Now black boys are just floundering. If you ask a black woman what kind of man does she want, she wants the drug dealer or schemer or scammer, off books, undocumented wages. And they say they want a scholar, a PhD, a Wall Street banker. No, they want compromised black males. Even your elite women want compromised black males. Now your white women, I was looking at this one article where 3 white women shared one compromised black male. I guess you're going to see that's going to be the end thing, where white women are going to want their own compromised black male for their very own. Why should black girls have all the fun? Anyway.
That was funny. I can't even lie. Oh shit, that was funny. He says white women gonna start wanting 3 white women share a compromised black male. Why should black women have all the fun?
Well, you know what's interesting about that? Like, certain dudes get accused of being like breeders or whatever we called them before, but women never women never get held accountable for essentially being a breeding farm. Like you produce breeders. Like that's your function in the ecosystem.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video right there. But no, shout out to BGS. That was a real good one. That was definitely a real good one. Real good breakdown. That's on his backup channel. That Black Pill Gnostic, I believe it is. Type it in the chat room. Those of you that know, because I botch names. Because that's a different name. His regular channel is BGS. But that was on his backup channel. He puts good content over there. So shout out to BGS on that one. But no, that was definitely worth thumbing through. But shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody who supports the stream. Do appreciate each and every one of you. Do appreciate each and every one of you. It was something else that you sent me that was kind of related to this, or I think it speaks to, one of the implications or eventualities, given.
Well, look at it as theory versus application. BGS just explained the theory of it, and now we're watching some of the application.
Okay, all right, that's probably the best way to explain that. But so let me get ready to pull this up. This is from the Twitter files.
Hold up.
You and Twitter, and you and your fun relationship you got with Twitter and all the kind of TikTok be having interesting shit too. But yeah, you be finding all kind of shit on Twitter.
Nah, I just collect stuff and save it for later, and then eventually I have enough things that I can make like a video about a certain type of subject now, because I got enough clips to go on for an hour or so. So Twitter is like free content, man.
Mm-hmm. The Standard RLC in the building with the $5 super chat. Thank you very much for putting 5 on it. Telling black men they seem like they date non-black women is another way they express intimidation. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. So let's get ready to go. Let's get it. The caption, I don't know if y'all can see that, but it says, I got 7 kids and 7 baby mamas. That is just insane to me. But all right, let's go.
I got 7 kids and 7 baby mamas. Now, for the past few days, I've been going live, telling my story, speaking my truth. And a lot of women having an issue calling me a deadbeat because I tell them I was being irresponsible,
speak your truth,
not wearing protection. But I always tell these women that I got pregnant that I do not want to be a father to these children. And I offer to pay for the abortion. Majority of times, they'll either take the abortion or they'll take a plan B. But only these 7 have kept these children. But the crazy thing about it is they want me to be responsible for some children I told them I did not want. So for some years now, some of them been trying to get in contact with me.
All right. See, this is where I run into problems listening to this, because it is trifling of a woman to willfully engage in raw sex with a man who's telling you up front, like, look, I ain't taking care of these kids. If I already got a bunch of them and I ain't taking care of them. And if I get you pregnant, I don't want none of these kids. It's fascinating that not just the 7 that he got pregnant, but those who took the plan B and or got the abortion, that probably puts the numbers up in some 13, 14 range. Who knows? So yes, it is a fascinating commentary on the women that some guy can move like that, talk like that, and they still go forward with it. But at the same time, I have harsh criticism for the guy who's saying, I don't want these kids. I ain't raising these kids. I take care of these kids, but I'm not going to stop hitting raw and busting in you bitches. But I ain't raising you. I don't want none of these damn kids.
No. See, Bernard, I gotta bring you back to the church, brother. I gotta bring you back to the church, good brother.
Go ahead.
The life giver, the life maker can never be judged as the life taker. All right, it is in the book of the Church of Orthodox Misogyny. I'm sorry, the Orthodox Church of Misogyny. It is in our book. Those who make life cannot be judged as those who take life. He is a life. He's a life maker. Those women are life takers. Why is he the bad guy?
I acknowledge first. I spent an amount of time acknowledging the fuckery that they're on. All right. I acknowledge their fuckery as well. He's also on some fuckery. He's also on some fuckery. Now, and I've always said.
I mean,
And
if you mean literally, yes. Other than that, I see nothing wrong. I see nothing wrong with what he's. Yes, let him fuckery away.
See, everything that we just talked about the matrifocal family, they need guys like this.
No, but see, and that's the problem, right? You are judging him by white man standards. He is only wrong in the white man's world. He is only breaking the white man's rules.
He's not breaking their rules. See, okay, I have a problem when the women criticize him. I have a problem when the women criticize him, but no, I mean, I don't look at it like I live in a white man's world. But God damn it, we are Americans, and so as
no,
Americans,
we black. We black.
We black Americans, and as black Americans living in a civilized world, there are certain civilized standards that one must at least strive to live by and try to uphold. And so I can criticize him. I can criticize him, but you know, the who can't criticize him is women who will willfully have raw, off birth control sex with somebody who willfully moves and talks like that. They can't criticize him, but they do. And that's where I run into my problem. I still look at men like him and I'm like, bruh, come on. But the women try to make him out to be the villain in the story, but they don't realize that they don't realize that they're also the true villain. He becomes like the minion, really. You know what I mean? It's like he's not the character villain. He's not the big bad in the story. All right, go ahead.
Women who have completely rejected and frankly made war with the quote white patriarchal family standard are now trying to hold him to that same standard by saying you got to do XYZ for these babies. No, he don't. When he look white to you, he is not a white man. Do not judge him by the white man's rules.
When they willfully not playing by, as you call it, the white man's rules. And I see you. I'm reading a comment in the chat. He only gave consent to sex, not birth. He's wholly innocent. To that, I do say no. He's not wholly innocent. And we'll get back to breaking down the psyche of the women, and we'll see what else he got to say on this. I say he's not wholly innocent because if you've gotten, like I said, we don't know how many abortions he paid for, but he's gotten 7 women pregnant, and he said he got a few paid for abortions under his belt. He's got hold on, let me just finish it out. He got a few paid for abortions under his belt, and he got 7 kids under his belt. But he's saying, hey, I only consented to sex. I didn't consent to I didn't consent to birth. But it's basically saying I'm going to stay the course, you know, like George Bush. Going to stay the course, not going to pull out, and I'm going to nut in all of y'all. I ain't consenting to no birth. I ain't taking care of no kids, but I'm going to bust all these nuts in y'all, as many as y'all would let me. Now, again, they can't criticize him, but I'm still like, nigga, come on. Cut it. All right. There it is. That's my position.
I respect your position. I respect your position because I wouldn't advise my son to operate like this because of all the risks that he would expose himself to. However, seeing as though he's in the jungle, this is how it works in the jungle. This is the way it is in the jungle, right? And so why are we judging him by civilized rules when he's living in the jungle?
Yeah. I try to embolden black men to leave the jungle, but I mean, he's willfully he's drawn his line in the sand that I'm a goddamn lion in this jungle.
They got the jungle dick and now hoes mad. That's not my fault. It's not my
That
fault.
part,
You
I
wanted the
agree.
jungle dick.
I agree with you on that one. I agree with you. There's an element of you asked for it, you got it. There's an element of that. I would, my want is for men to stop making deposits into that bank. That's my hope and my want for black men to start doing. But to the women who are essentially that bank that accepts those deposits, it's like that. Yeah, to them, I'm like, no, y'all are running this crooked business here. You don't get to complain about nothing. But all right. Let's hear the rest of what he got to say. I see GC asking for the link, so we'll get the conversation going. We'll get the conversation going from there. But before we get going, shout out to who we got in here. Shout out to Ruckus Buck putting $20 on it.
I want 150,000. So we can settle out of court right now for $20.
Man, get your.
He says, guys like this are trifling. I wish my daughter would bring someone like this home. Yeah, man. I can't get jiggy with this dude, but but yeah. So let's roll the tape. Only thing I don't like is that if he could put up these kind of numbers, I'm giving him 7 babies and 5 paid for abortions. Because he said he got 7 babies by 7 different women, and so I'm just throwing out 5 babies. He said he'd be paying for abortions, so I'm giving him. He's impregnated 12 women. If he's putting up numbers like that, I don't think the women get to turn around and complain and be victims after the fact. That's when I'm pretty sure me and you are shoulder to shoulder and eye to eye. But I just can't get jiggy with how he's moving. But let's play the rest of the tape.
Access denied. Because I don't really know why you trying to get in contact with me. I done told you I did not want them kids. So don't expect me to be responsible financially, emotional, spiritually, mentally, or physically with some kids I do not want. And I don't give a fuck.
If fuck them kids was a person, like he just embodied the full spirit of fuck them kids.
With a full beard and everything. Beard gang says fuck them kids.
Everything about it, the energy, just all of it, the beard, everything, the hoodie, everything, just say fuck. He might as well get fuck them kids written on take it to one of them little stores where they can put lettering.
The fuck them kids action figure.
Yeah, man.
When nobody think about it, you're not going to force children up on me. Yeah, we both made the decision to lay down and have intercourse. We both was irresponsible about the decisions we made that night. Yeah, I could have pulled out, but I didn't. And I ain't care to pull out because I'm not the one that's going to have to carry a baby for 9 months. It's the woman. In my opinion, women should be more careful on who they sleep with because you're going to be like, one of my baby mamas trying to find me so I can.
It's funny. This is why this shit is funny to me. And it's because it's like the dude who's the one who they need not be fucking. It's like, hey, you gotta be more careful about who you sleep with. That's like
you ever fucked the chick and you knew you wasn't gonna be keeping her around and you just like, I don't know why she giving me this pussy, but I'm gonna take it though and I'm gonna keep it moving. that's him right now. It's like, I don't know why they wanted to give me all this pussy, but since y'all wanted to give it to me, hell, I'm gonna skeet in you too. Fuck it, it's your baby now.
Oh man. It's because it's funny when we criticize the choices and decisions of a lot of black women. They try to flip it. This is what they try to make it seem like we all like that. Like when we saying it's your fault you chose him, we talking about dudes like this, and they try to flip it and say, no, all of y'all are dudes like this, even though it ain't mathematically possible for all of us to have 7 baby mamas. Ain't that many damn black women. But either way it go, they try to take our argument and spin it as if, you know, as if we're all him. But so in that sense, he is the one where they could look and say, see, they criticizing us, but look how they do. But I'm like, no, most dudes ain't moving on this type of shit. Like, I'm smashing, I'm not pulling out. I'm practically telling you, I ain't pulling out, and I ain't taking care of the kids. It's on you. It's like,
Nah,
dude,
this is Pookie's final form right here. I
oh
like
no,
it. I like it.
yeah, he's reached Super Saiyan God level pookiness with this shit. Like, yeah, he is. He did.
Like he gonna glow when he walk away from you, knowing you pregnant. Like that ninja, he just glows and floats away down the block like another one.
And I don't even know
voice,
how this
another
works.
one.
And I don't know how this works in practicality. So, and it's like you got to be so strong in your pookiness with this to the point to where you like, you know, you're not going to ever in your life, at least not in the next 20 years, make on the books money. Like, you got to be somebody making straight off the books money in order to just comfortably operate like this. You know, that's why I'm like the yeah, man. It's like this shit is wild. This shit is wild. We're gonna play the rest of it. Shout out to Lionel 917. I'm gonna read your super chat in a little bit, but let me get to the end of this tape and I'm gonna open it up.
Financially support a kid I didn't told her or them I did not want. Another thing is, these just jump offs. These the type of women that I ain't even had to do nothing for. The bare minimum, but they gave me access to their body, and they think I want to be a father to a child for one of them? Like, I don't even have no type of love for these women. How do they expect me to love these children? Before y'all say, oh, he irresponsible, he a deadbeat, he don't take accountability. Yeah, I do. I just don't give a fuck. You ain't gonna force these children on me when I told you I ain't want them. Yeah, I can offer to pay for abortion, but at what point can I force a woman to go get an abortion? I cannot. A woman say, my body, my choice, but I say, it's my life.
All right.
Hold on, there's a second part to that. If you minimize that video, it's like another 45 seconds.
All right, cool. Oh wait, hold on. I think I'm in a whole nother situation here. Wait a second.
Yeah, hit back.
Oh wait, Twitter getting weird.
Yeah, just hit the back arrow where it says tweet.
Right here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're very Twitter literate. All right, so let me back down and
just
let me do
pull
this.
Up email
I'm just gonna start all the way over because I don't want to fuck around and I want to fuck around and y'all see what I was Googling last night. If I hit back and it don't go where I want it to go, hold up. Where the hell is it? No, I can't find it. Okay,
you're getting good at
What'd you say?
So you're getting good at this YouTube stuff. It's like, wait, let me drop that screen. Don't want to.
Yeah, no, I be on guard. I ain't about to get caught slipping. I am not going to get caught slipping. I know to drop the screen when I got to go fumbling around. Whenever it do anything unexpected that I didn't plan for it to do, drop the share screen. Pro tip. those brave souls that they don't even share the video. They just do a full screen share. You can see all the icons and everything that they had up. I'm like, nah, don't get caught slipping. Do not get caught slipping. Forget that. But all right, I got it back up, ready to go. It's oh wait, no, this last part is just only 15 seconds. This last part is only just 15 seconds.
Okay, yeah, no, I think he was saying, your body, your choice, my life, my choice.
No, we got it. Yep, we got it. Here it comes.
My body, my choice, but I say it's my life, my choice. Before y'all try to stitch this shit and be like, black man this, black man that, I don't give a fuck. I really don't.
Yeah. No
My body, my choice, but I say it's my life.
All right, no fucks
I'll
given
support
there.
his wave. Yeah. That's the best way to be.
Yeah, I don't approve that message, but only thing, like I said, only thing that I don't like is that there's a certain population or percentage of women who are some total hypocrites when they try to ride on a guy like that. They're okay, whatever. I see your message in the back. Army said you had the link ready to drop. No, I already dropped it. Yeah, you could have been dropped it. Yeah, whenever you hear me say that, yeah, just go ahead and drop it. Whether I'm But all right. We are joined
Well,
by
let me.
Jane. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, GC. Yeah, bring GC up. Now,
Yeah,
I
go
wanted
ahead.
to say this.
Go
So,
ahead. No,
this is a weird situation. That's why I think it sounds crazy what he's saying. Like it's shocking that he would take these positions, and that's why I kind of like had to chide you a little bit about, you're just playing by the white man's rules. But what I was really getting at is this concept of morality that we're putting on the male. It really is born out of a time when like women were virgins. Like basically that those were the rules that you apply to men who are dealing with virgins. And outside of that, the rules are radically different. You really don't have any of the provisions, protections, and covers outside of that relationship there. And if we're gonna remove that basic thing, then I say he's not wrong for anything. No, y'all weren't virgins, so he's not wrong. End of.
All right. It said BR at a Motel 6 off the interstate. No. Negative. Y'all should know the routine. Where I be at. Roughly every other weekend, give or take. But all right. So we joined by Game Changer. Go ahead. You have the floor. You have the mic. You can jump in on that the video that we just watched of the fuck them kids superstar patron saint, the patron saint of fuck them kids, and the video that we played by BGS. However long you was listening, whatever part you want to jump in on, go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
I didn't see much on the BGS video, but
Okay.
on the fuck them kids thing. See, we had a talk about your beard about a month ago, Bernard. I was saying like Bernard has a beard and the problems that is. You see, here's the thing. I knew he was like that the moment I seen his beard. Like niggas with beards like that, they are pussy first. How do I know? Because pussy forced them to grow an afro on their damn face. No matter how much it itched, they maintain that afro on their face in order to get pussy. Now, somebody like that that's compromised in that way is capable of anything for a pussy. And there you have it. So yeah, all these bearded niggas out there, these Rick Ross looking niggas, yeah. Dude, these face fro, exactly. These face fro niggas, yep, up to no good. Evil. So yeah, there's that. Now the other thing is
I just want to say I keep my facial hair at a respectable level.
I do too. I have a semi goatee, to let people know that I do not compromise myself. I maintain a clean shaven face in order to say I take care of my kids. That is how I behave.
Well, I'm working on. I've been making sure I buy the right product to put in my beard. I'm trying to work on it and get it a little longer because I do want a couple more baby mamas. So I'm working on it.
Oh, there you go.
I'm just playing.
And that is the way to be. Well, but Courtney Michelle actually said, because she was talking about the power of pussy, and she was basically saying, I make niggas grow beards, is essentially what she was saying.
Wow.
Now she made a nigga do push-ups on the show, but so it's not entirely far-fetched that she's making niggas out here grow beards. But yeah, that is a thing. Now, as far as this, I put a link in the back chat, right? had a conversation yesterday with a chick, and she didn't even know how she was displaying. She was displaying her fear of non-broke dudes. Play the clip for me, please.
Okay,
it's like 2 minutes.
Give me 1 second, one quick second. Let me have that going. All right.
You mean a fear of non-broke dudes?
Okay.
That's kind of what I was talking about before, like when they are intimidated by competent, successful men. Then
exactly, and I'm gonna show you why. That's why I came up, because of what you said, Hood. That's exactly why I'm coming up.
All right. 1 second. Boom.
Trademark. Somebody said they stealing. You stole my shit. But yeah.
All right. And I take it you got it time stamped at the right part?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Respect and submission and admiration from their women who work together with them, then it's appealing. I'm not promoting passport bros, but I'm just saying, if you want to decrease the appeal of what men are seeing other groups of men experience who don't have half as much as them, then you need to.
Hey, real quick, whose channel is this?
The dude in the top left.
Oh, okay. Okay,
I think
cool.
He's been on your show before.
Yeah. I recognize him. He's looking a little different now. I think he cut his hair or something. But
he cut his beard.
Okay, because I didn't know. Sometimes it'd be panels. I didn't know that he did panels. Okay, all right, cool. I wasn't even sure if that was him. I think I know what that is.
Yeah,
I think Daryl Long. I think.
Change your thought process.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. I have to go.
Okay. All right. I just want to say one thing to you, Dark Lake, once before you go. Okay. I apologize. Information. I just want to say this one thing, right? So I'm going to say this from my own personal experience. Okay. I met a guy. We clicked right away. We had a great conversation. He didn't have a job. He had a child. His child was a year old, and well, he was in college. He was, going through. He was going through community college or whatever, right? But every single morning at 5 o'clock in the morning, he would go walk to get his son, take him back to his house so that the mother of his child could go to work. He would then go.
Okay, pause it.
Yeah, you keep interrupting to ask. What were you saying?
I'm asking her, how was his dick energy? Now, without context, it seems weird. But here's the thing. Earlier in the stream, she said something to the effect of, I refuse. There's a lot of successful guys that are interested in me, but they got little dick energy.
Wow.
So which is completely, that's just an unwillingness to submit. But so now she's talking about a broke dude that she used to date. And so that's why I'm chiming in. How was his dick energy?
Yeah.
Because there is a correlation between brokenness and dick energy. So to give you context, what I'm chiming in and asking is, how was his dick energy?
And then pick him up from daycare afterwards. And I told him every single day that I was proud of him for doing that. Because even though you're not able to take me out or anything like that, we can still hang out. I don't really care about what you can bring, but that showed me a whole lot more of who he was as a man than anything he could bring monetary. I'm like, the money wasn't coming in, but you're still doing what you need to do for your child, and you're doing what you need to do for yourself. And that I respect it, and I love that because I loved him for that was one of the reasons I loved him, right? And I was very supportive of him. He had big dick energy, okay? That is big dick energy, simply because he was doing that for his child, and he was doing everything for himself. He was going to get his son, and he was doing everything. That is big dick energy. That's what I mean.
The goofy part about what she's saying, there's no correlation between being broke and taking care of your kids to where, but like, for example, a guy having a job and having money, that all of a sudden that don't make him a worse father. Like, those two things are unconnected. You could you could
No.
make 80K and have fuck them kids energy, and you could be jobless and have fuck them kids energy. Those two things are not correlated, but she's trying to correlate those things to justify or make excuses as to why she prefers to deal with the compromised man. That's pretty much what's going on there.
Well, the things that she's
I think
the things that she's complimenting are very he picks his kids up from daycare. What the hell? That's
Yeah, you guys missed the real point. And I think that dude that with 7 kids by 7 baby mamas, yo, shout out to him, man. He's a hero. I would have adjusted his game a little bit. He should have hollered at dirty folks, and I would have told him how to get out them pregnancies. But what
Well,
she, what she's talking about is the only good man is another woman's man. That's the energy. It has nothing to do with him having big anything energy. These chicks really want to be slaves and concubines. Y'all just love them. They don't love themselves. And so what she's describing are the very same things that she would hate if that was her baby daddy. This broke ass nigga, he can't provide nothing. He think he doing something because he come pick up my babysitting duties isn't big dick energy when it's your child. Only when it's somebody
well.
else's child.
well, we're about
Let
to
me
get to a
ask you
point where
something. Let me ask you the question real quick because I wanted to throw this out there as an observation. I think she's on a different tactic. Maybe I don't know if anybody ever mentioned this kind of thing before. False beta praise, right?
It's not
Women praise the shit that they see betas do as if they really like it to encourage more beta behavior, but they don't really care anyway. Because is she talking
well, you
about
know
a dude
something,
that she actually
keep that energy hood, because you're onto something. You're about to strike gold.
right? Because I'm like, is she talking about a dude that she actually like is in love with, or
Yeah,
some
that she
dude
was in
that you
love
know?
with.
All
no,
right,
she's
all right. I don't buy it
wait,
because
hold on. Hood,
But no,
Hood, ask
play it,
your
play it.
wait, Hood. What was your question again? I was fucking around
no,
with you there.
it's a little bit of false beta praise is what's going on here, where
Mm-hmm.
women will they will praise the beta behaviors that a dude will exhibit and whatever quality, like what you just said, and not this is what I'm calling beta. Just be specific. This is why I called it some beta shit. You and your baby mom not together, and you getting up 5 o'clock in the morning so she can go get a job. You now work for her.
okay.
You
And
are
that's fine.
on to something. You
That's fine.
play it,
All right,
Bernard. Play
hold
it,
on.
Bernard.
Go
I
ahead,
want Hood to
GC.
see
Okay,
exactly how close to striking oil he was.
okay. No, but here's how I correlate.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna play it and we're gonna come back to it. Hold on.
Okay.
But that
I
is
wasn't laughing. Hey,
something
Moxie, I
that
wasn't
is
laughing at
something.
that. I wasn't laughing at that. I was laughing how Game Changer kept whispering it. That shit was
Oh,
hilarious.
I know, it was. That's why I just kept
I
ignoring.
was just thinking of you.
But no, but simply because of those reasons,
You
I
submitted to
loved
him
and I respected, and I submitted. I was completely submissive to him
until
until he started to dismiss our relationship, our friendship, because of his status changes. Oh, he's doing more of this, that, and the other, and now he's starting to
boom.
change towards me. When I was here, when you were just in the gutter, and now he's starting to change towards me. When I was here, when you were just in the gutter doing like you were trying to
Moxie,
get
when
it.
you say, wait, I'm sorry to
Okay.
cut you off, but when you
Okay,
say
that's
he
it, Bernard.
started
That's it.
changing towards me,
You said that's it. So basically,
It's
long
it
story
because they
short, when
drowned me
he
out after this. But what I was gonna say is Hood Conservative was right. She knew that the moment that he got on, and grew a beard, he was leaving.
And grew a beard. That's hilarious. She did not know that because girls don't think that far in advance. Those
Yes,
are
she
two.
do.
No,
She
she
was
did.
praising his
Hold on,
broke. Yes,
gang,
she do.
gang,
She
check
was
it,
praising his brokenness. She was praising his
gang,
brokenness, and she
gang.
knew that one day when he make it, he was gonna leave her ass for a white girl.
He,
Yes, she did. She knew
gang,
it. That's why
gang,
she embraced it. She's like, "Ooh, you picking up your kids throughout the entire day. You spend 15 minutes doing stuff. You such a
gang.
thoughtful father. Blah blah blah." It's just like Hood say.
You not,
She was praising the beta characteristics because once he got his alpha shit on, he started getting uppity. He
no, no,
started
no,
getting uppity, and
gang,
she didn't like his upicity. So
gang,
she began to get skittish and nervous and leave.
gang. Two different theorems happening at one time. I'm
Okay.
not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying those are two mutually exclusive things that can become inclusive. I'll give you okay. So one, girls don't want a man that's another woman has the man. That's one thing that was going on. That was her initial attraction. What you're talking about is zero theory. And zero theory is an entirely different thing, whether he had kids or not. Beta, well, kind of got to be beta for zero theory to work. But zero theory is a totally different thing that's exclusive to black women in general and a handful of Karens.
Mm-hmm.
This is what zero theory is, because it's not my channel, so y'all don't know shit. So let me explain.
What the fuck you should say?
Y'all don't know about the zero theory because it's not my channel. I
Oh
talk
yeah,
about zero theory
I
on my
was okay. No, I was reading the chat and I just said you heard you say y'all don't know shit. Okay, you saying we
So
don't know what zero theory is? That's
zero
a
theory.
concept you made up.
No. This is, you know how I say women, gays, and felons. I break it down to zero theory.
Okay, so okay. Zero theory is something that you made up.
No, it's okay. Let me say
It's your shit. I mean, if it's
yeah,
your
it's my
shit, that's
shit.
cool.
It's my shit.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
my
it's cool. You can promote your shit, but okay, cool.
So
No,
so
go ahead.
zero theory is basically this. Zero theory is that every man wants to be at zero. Zero is base. That's what you were talking about with the base things he was doing, right? He was doing base, right? Even though he was under base because he owed money to the game, right? So he's negative 5 cents. Let's keep it right there. Every other woman wants a man to get $1. All women gonna leave you, but they want you to have $1 so they can leave with 50 cents. That's every other woman except black women, right? Except Keisha. What Keisha wants you is to be at zero so she could say she could do bad by herself. So if you're negative 5 cents, she'll give you a quarter to get you to 20 cents. And then you being a man, your love, your sense of obligation and duty says, yo, she gave me a quarter when I was negative 5 cents. I'm going to work hard and we're going to make it. She and I. Her mindset is, nigga, I really just want you to be able to afford a haircut. You weren't supposed to do more than that. Now I have to break you back down because I like niggas with negative 5 cents. You know what I'm saying? They have to keep you at zero. So the zero theory happens all the time. It happens with black mothers. They steal their sons' money and shit. Like, oh, you got to pay rent. Like, bitch, I'm 16. Like, it happens all the time. They always break you down. You know what I'm saying? If your mother,
Exactly. No, I hear what you're saying, and that goes to what I was saying. They are
yeah,
thinking ahead. Like the fact that they are trying to keep you down at zero means that they see you approaching 5 cents, and they don't want you to get 15 cents because then you'll be trying to make $1 out of it. So they
Another
do.
one of those classic disagreements when we really agree, but let's
oh,
pretend.
Yeah, exactly.
hold on. I didn't say I disagree with him. I just said it was two different
No,
things
you were
on
saying
one
that they didn't
side.
have any foresight. I'm saying, yeah, they do have
No,
foresight
no,
because they have
I'll
to
never,
see them about to be 5 cents.
I'll never agree that girls can think. Period. So I'll never agree with that part. But I agree with the energy, the feminine energy. Okay, I'll give you an example. Dirty Folks is dude with the 7 kids by 7 baby mamas. The reason I don't have 7 kids by 7 baby mamas because he did something fundamentally wrong that I got right on accident. He said he didn't want the kids. You're supposed to tell black women you want the kids, then start talking about baby names, and she'll go get an abortion herself, nigga. You ain't even got to pay for it.
God damn.
Just
Girl
out of
tell me
spite,
she pregnant, I'll be like, oh, that's beautiful. I hope it's a girl look just like you. Let's go through baby names. By Wednesday, she got an abortion because girls don't want their kids to have fathers. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that do. Yeah, I see what you're saying because that they do be on some opposite shit. Like
So that's where he
they,
went wrong. But
yeah, no, they do
No,
be on some
not only
opposite.
that, not only
Like
that. I
you
think it
tell a
also
black woman
represents something
you
else.
need to approach them like, don't suck my dick. Like that's yeah. I see what you're
No,
saying.
it's a power thing too, where like now she know, I damn, I thought it was just gonna be me. No, now you acting like you want in on this. Nah, fuck that. I'm gonna find somebody where I can do this by myself. Like I think it could be something simple as that too.
yeah, but all I'm saying is if he would have started giving up baby names, he wouldn't have 7 baby mamas. That's all I'm saying.
That's wild. That's wild. But shout out to Lion 917 says you can't get mad at a man who's telling a woman he's a pookie when women say y'all don't take care of y'all kids. This is a man they're talking about. And yeah, listen. He show up front like I'm a card carrying serial impregnator. He handing out business cards. He, motherfucker got a billboard up in the city. It's like they know who the fuck he is, and they still do it anyway. So that's why I'm saying they can't criticize him, but I can be like, bruh, what you doing? Like, come on, man. But anyway, but so that's my position. That's my position on that. But shout out to Mr. Tobert in the building with the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. He says paying dues. Sidebar was recently a jury on a trial that acquitted a black man. Okay, cool.
You don't loan me $10. I know you got $10.
Yeah, I got it. You know why I got it? Because I don't throw my money away on them streets.
Shout out to you. He says the process is crazy, and I can see why a lot of black men get caught up. Yeah, I kind of want some details on that. You said you helped to get a black man acquitted. It was like some OJ shit where you knew he did it, but you just worked to get him acquitted anyway. I wonder was that's fucked up. But yeah. But anyway,
I mean, look, I don't even want to make it about like OJ or nothing, but think of it on this level, right? And this is why it's just, it's purely down the line, male, female. Why would you be mad at him for not following the rules in a system that's designed to entrap and enslave him in the first place? Like that's all that's really going to happen. So like, why is he wrong for being better than the game that's trying to fuck him up? Ha ha, sucks to be you.
Wait, are you talking about the guy that Mr. Tobert helped get off? We don't even know what the crime was. Or are you talking about the 7 baby mama dude?
Yeah, I'm talking about the dude from the video. I'm not sure I'm not talking about his comment. I'm talking about the 7 baby mama thing.
Okay, yeah, the 7 baby mama dude. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I would try to embolden men to not move and operate like that. But he's basically, like I said, he damn near putting up billboards in his city, and they still doing it anyway. So it's like,
well, he's not a W-2 dude, and I admire somebody that's not a W-2 dude. But yeah, I mean, part of that is that you can disappear. It's very hard for a W-2 dude to disappear.
I got tagged in this video twice, and both times I got tagged, it was based on some comments I made on somebody else's channel. And I hadn't seen the video, so thank you for sharing the video that people kept tagging me in. But I did read the comments, and the comments simply said, they said, "Yo, Dirty, this remind me of you on Dude's show when you said you used to tell girls, I ain't shit. I ain't never been shit. I ain't never gonna be shit. What's up on that pussy?" And they be like, "Oh, you so funny." Girls love toxicity. You gotta understand. I say this every time I come here. Girls hate themselves, and I hate girls. So I'm able to match their energy. What he's saying is he is not vicarious. He's a visceral creature. He's a sexual breeder. And girls are breeders by nature. They don't take care of kids. They just like being pregnant. So he matches their energy. You know what I'm saying? The issue is that most men, include me, but not with black women, most men love the idea of women. Right. So you want to treat her right because just as men, you're just a cool dude. You want to pay your bills on time, take care of your responsibilities. But that's not how black women operate. So the more toxic you are, the better it is. Which brings me to this, and I'm gonna let Game Changer rock. One of the craziest things is when girls say they are sapiosexual. I have never met a girl who said they was a sapiosexual that wanted to talk to a smart dude that could give her the right answer. They're like, when I wrote books, I didn't even know there were book groupies. So I wrote my first book, and girls was like, "I'll suck your dick for an autograph." I was like, "Whoa, for real? This is better than a rapper." And the whole thing is they want intelligent men, and then they want to outsmart the smart kid. They want to date a killer, then they want to slap the killer in the back of the head. They're like, "Oh my God, he choked me." Bitch, he a killer. They're just dumb. They're just fucking. That's why I can never concede that they think in advance. They're just dumb. So that's how they do. They do counter everything, counter culture, kind of contrary. That's just how they operate.
I always question that element of it, and that's maybe a weird, interesting part of the female psyche. How much of it is like sheer plotting and planning, and how much of it is just like a predator's instinct?
Well, it's I think that is sheer plotting and planning, but I don't think that it's very far ahead, and that's due to stupidity. For example, say you playing in AI, they have a term called plies. That's how many layers deep you get your algorithm to think when you're doing an artificial intelligence algorithm. So if I was doing one for chess, if I can get it to think, 6 moves ahead, then it's 6 plies deep. I think that with the B dub, they're probably like on 1 or 2. So if this was a checker algorithm, they'll be the one to be like, yes, I jumped your man. And then they get triple jumped because they didn't see like the other moves. So I think that they think ahead, but not so far ahead.
You
And
know,
that's
so
why you see
funny.
them lose.
You mentioned chess, and I bet you probably know this. I wouldn't. It wouldn't even surprise me if you actually played chess, GC.
I do, and I have.
Where are all the female grandmasters? Like nobody is stopping y'all from sitting down at the park at any old guy with nothing else to do and learning how to play the game, right? And when you look at like the male grandmasters versus female, it's like 35 to 1,000.
Damn.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
And
Yeah,
that
it's definitely not their thing. Maybe Russian chicks, but yeah, it's definitely not their thing. You're right.
but that goes back to you guys thinking that women get more degrees.
Autistic Europeans.
First of all, degrees don't make you intelligent. Degrees are based on your ability to memorize frivolous facts. But even with that being said, when you start talking about degrees, and I say this on my channel all the time, then you have to say who's teaching the kids. And more times than not, it is a woman, a liberal woman that is in education. And women are not supposed to teach nor preach. In Chicago, because of these liberal women, 47% of black boys drop out of school, and 70% of the ones that graduate read at a third grade level. So you say they have a female valedictorian, it's whatever because the curriculum is based on girls. When those boys go to all boys schools, there's a 97% graduation rate. You know what I'm saying? Some schools as big as 99%, and everybody that graduates gets some type of at least partial scholarship to college. So when men teach boys, boys are just smarter than girls. But the way that the the curriculum is set up based on memory, not learning. There's a lot of kids that get punished for like my daddy told me, like, yo, your daddy answer wasn't in the back of the book, and I'm dumb, so I got to look at the answer in the back of the book. So even that, when you base on education, it's phallatic. And then when you think about college, that women graduate at a higher rate than men. Look at what they graduate in. 7 of the 10 top graduating fields that they're in are basically things that liberals broke down that used to be housewives' duties, like childcare or uh, pre-K teaching, or the degrees they get are basically girl degrees, psychology. And
No,
my
it's
niece,
so wild.
and I love my
No, I'm
niece.
just like, I was just thinking about it's so wild how so many women go to school they go to like university to educate kids and the kids can't read. It's like you're being educated by the best we got and they still dumb. Like that whole situation is so crazy when you think about it. Like because you just said something about Chicago and how a lot of the kids can't read and do math at level. And it's like y'all are trained for. You went to school for this shit. You studied for this. Oh my god, it's just crazy to think about how deep that is.
Oh, bro, when
Like
I
we
wrote my
talk about
kid,
shit like the school to prison pipeline. It's like all these bitches are conductors on the pipeline, and nobody ever looks at them as being conductors on the school to prison pipeline.
because
No,
because
I mean, I think Dirty Folks is right when he says, the way the educational system work is that, you're not really made to sustain the information. That's why you have shows like Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Basically, you're challenging their short term memory versus your long term memory because you don't retain the stuff that most people don't retain the stuff that they learned in the fifth grade, but of course a fifth grader did because they just learned it. So yeah, that actually is a real thing. I don't know Spanish, even though I was made to take it in high school. I don't know sign language, even though I was made to take it in college. You just generally disregard the stuff that you don't use regularly. That's how our
What I think
educational.
that's happening. What I think to actually tie the conversation back to the original topic that BGS was discussing, right? And then I think it's actually deep, deep, deep. What if we can look at all of feminism and black women's especially rabid kind of feminism? What if we can look at all of that as simply just a gender war in its base form, and this is an expression of gender warring, actually suppressing the males at whatever level you have access to for the explicit purpose of promoting the women so that the men will be by and large in a compromised state the majority of their lives if they ever break out of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, women look at it. See, women were in the gender war before they even knew. Like this is Pearl Harbor. This is America didn't know that they were at war, but Japan did type thing. So they have already been implementing this. This whole, okay, we're going to support our girls to surpass the boys. Therefore, and then we could just claim some type of female genetic superiority, and the guys will buy into it and they'll accept a subordinate role. They have been on that for generations now. We just now got wind of it. But are they? What do you call that? People who play video game, is it nerfing or neffing? When so basically every now and again they'll have a video game character or something that's overpowered, so they'll weaken him.
Oh no, yeah, they call that nerfing. I've heard that term. Yeah.
Yeah, nerfing. Kind of like they nerfed the Hulk and Marvel MCU.
In
They'll
game.
nerf
Yeah.
somebody who's just too powerful. So yeah, they're nerfing their sons. They're nerfing their own fucking sons. And you want to know why? Because they're evil bitches.
They are evil and they're also dumb. But never forget the dumb. Even if they're not evil, they still dumb.
Well, the thing is, yes, I mean, but when you say they don't look ahead, they are looking ahead. They're looking ahead enough to nerf their kids, but they don't look far enough ahead to see how nerfing their sons will fuck them up in the end. That's why they're getting fucked up now. So yeah, they didn't really see that coming.
Okay, let me clarify, because somebody even said that girls are winning in the comment section. Let me explain something to you guys. Girls don't know shit; they just do shit. The reason that girls seem like they're winning is because baby boomer men were just androgynous single mama baby makers, and they're looking for legality to correct the choices that baby boomer men made, so they could suck dick and not call it androgynous and abandon kids. Me and my boy was talking the other day, and a lot of you guys are in your 30s and 40s, so your parents, and or if you're younger, your grandparents um were boomers. But if you when they're your parents, it hits you harder. Me and my boys talk all the time, like me and all my boys. And I'm gonna put hood conservative in this because he said he just met his brothers at his dad's funeral. Like my dad being alive, I meet a new sibling every 7 years. He be like, "This your sister?" I'm like, "Who the fuck is this? This your new sister?" Like she older than my old sister. Like, and then they have these family value things when they hit 40 and you're like 12, but they went on that shit. So they made all these laws to take care, to have society take care of their deadbeat ass kids because they're just horrible. Maybe men were horrible, but the reason that women are winning is because you hear dudes talk about they want their daughter to have this college plan so she don't need no man. Because as a man, they don't trust other men because they know they ain't shit. So they put all these safety nets in for other niggas who ain't shit like them. But they kids is way better. They latchkey kids was way better than they are. So now they restricted themselves with crime bills and paternity bills and all this is booming stuff. Like, so I get what you're saying, but women are only women because it's artificial. It's not natural law. They want to be modern women with traditional men. They want men to respect natural law while they do modern things that laws put them in a place to do. And I get it, but that's terrorism. That's terrorism. That's slavery. Matriarchy is slavery. So you guys just got to move around that.
Christian Hutchinson in the
Good
building
point.
says rappers, drug dealers, athletes are top of the food chain because they have money, but then are too stupid to keep it. They are easily manipulated. Thank you for the $5 super chat, dude. We got Freeman's Journal in the building says unrestrained women seek power. The end. Thank you for the super chat.
So to Freeman's Journal, the whole power thing goes into what I was talking about, because power is a means, not an end. Like power is used for something. So I mean, yeah, I agree that many of these women seek power, but what are they going to do with it?
You know
Like
the strange thing.
it's well, right quick,
Go ahead.
and that's what I'm saying. They're only one step ahead.
They're not
They're
even one
only
step
thinking one
ahead.
step ahead. That's how they're getting so manipulated by the system.
They're not one
Go
step
ahead,
ahead.
and then I'm gonna go.
No, they're not one step ahead, bro. No, I'm co-signing, but they're not
That's
one step ahead. That's
okay.
why they
Go.
always need men to step up. Women received power because men created the lane and men desire power. But women never wanted power. Women wanted control. And that's why everything's short circuiting. So when you think about it as electricity goes, electricity is power. You even tell people like electricity is power. But you can control that power with a 69-cent light switch, which you also call power if you don't know the difference, because you'll tell somebody turn on and off the power. But it's really just a circuit breaker to the power. It controls the power. You know what I'm saying? So women wanted to control the power, but dudes said, yo, you can have the power unabashed. And they short circuited the fuse box. They really don't know shit. They just do shit. And then they
Well,
revert
I'm
back to
talking.
blaming men
I
because
mean, that may be true in the sense of general women, but black women know they want the power because
black women do
if
not
they
want
did,
power.
well, see, right quick, if they didn't, and if they were more attuned to, more akin to what you were describing, then they would see that their men have power so that they can control their men. That's what every other group of women are doing.
That's not
But
true.
no, but what black women are doing is trying to have power and us and so instead of their men having power. I
And
gotta
then,
go.
but I think that produces by default like a slave class. That's the weird thing about it. It always does go back to like you're doing this because you'd rather us be slaves than be men.
Well, yeah, and they want to be the master, and like I say, they have that power, but to what end? Like, what are they going to do with that power? Like, they don't even have the electrical system, to use this analogy, which is a great analogy. They don't even have the electrical system to do it. They just have it. Like Emperor Palpatine, unlimited powers. Like, okay, what are you going to do with it? Well, at least he had a plan. He wanted to actually govern the galaxy, you know and preparing for the invading Grisk or Yahungzing Van or something like that. He had a reason to want power. They just want the shit.
Okay,
Well,
no.
they got one goal. They're gonna make everything fabulous. They're gonna make your sons fabulous too. So just
I don't.
be
I
on the
don't.
lookout.
Once again, bro, and I'm not even disagreeing with you from a practical standpoint. I'm simply saying I still don't think they want power. Palpatine wanted power. He schemed and plotted for years to get power. I
Mhm.
think that gay men want power and they have to use women in order to get it. I don't think that these women know what the fuck they don't even know what they want to eat, bro. You gonna tell me they want power? They know how to plot on
Well,
power.
they don't know what to do with it, but they want it.
No, no, men give it to
Yeah,
them.
I think that's a difference. Wanting it and using it are two different phenomena. Like just
Yeah.
because you have the urge to have, I think the urge is a very basic thing because we're all like animals, so to speak. It's part of what we are as a creature. We all crave power over whatever, and so I think that may be true. However, they probably suck at it, and it's obvious.
That's obvious. No,
Yeah.
I think black men want their women to have power. I really think the cowardice of black men want
That's
anybody,
true.
the black and
Well,
brown
I think
coalition.
that they're
Let's see something
conditioned to
like
want that.
Very
Yeah.
true.
I
I
think
think
that I think that they're conditioned to want that. And that is, I mean, black boys are raised to give their power to the women. And the women are raised to take that power and not do shit with it. They're stupid. I gotta go.
All right, peace, GC, peace, GC. Thanks for
Later.
coming. Thanks for
That's
coming
Oh
on through.
man, I
But
want to explain
I think
myself.
I'm gonna
no,
go
no.
to hood real quick. But no, I think that's no truer statement than that, and we see that all the time when the political season come around. Even if you look at the political ads that they put out there, like it's one that we've played it on this show a bunch of times actually, where they literally like the black men are essentially saying vote for empower your women. Like they're like that's the thing. That's the thing, no doubt. But go ahead, hood server.
Remember, I was the one who gave y'all the full explanation of why black men got to openly vote against black women. Like, make it a campaign, print buttons, print little trucker hats, all of that. Vote against these hoes. But no, the thing about the power conversation is that the women ultimately don't know. Like, it doesn't matter that they don't know what to do with the power. Them having the power is a threat, and it's always going to be levied against you as men, and so you have to look at it that way. I think we have been, like, when we talk about this black dynamic, the men are being trained, we're being raised to basically, be passed on from one woman to the next. Your mom can feed off of you as a child, and then in your adulthood another woman gets to take the reins and feed off of you, and into your adulthood several women can probably do it if you're deemed valuable enough. And I think that's where the whole We were talking about Michael B. Jordan the other day. That's where that kind of shaming comes from. So you will shame the young guys who have the truer, more traditional alpha qualities of succeeding and making it in the real world and all of that, and you will praise guys who exhibit the relatively beta qualities that we talk about. You know, he wants to be a father to everybody kids, and he don't want to, women can do no wrong. You know, girl power is his thing. Like, you will praise that kind of stuff, and that is all of a piece, because it's basically like a large scale war. It really is kind of fucked up, but it's like a gender war, man. I don't know any other way to put it. You've been born into a conflict.
But I don't think, I think it's a manufactured. I agree with you, by the way. But here's the thing with gender war. Once men realize they're in conflict, men can beat a girl. If you can't beat a girl, then I don't want you around me. No way. I think the problem is that men, especially black and white men, because black people try to mimic, they try to mirror white people. Nobody else cares. Nobody else pays attention to this, right? But black people try to mimic white people because they have no culture, because their culture is owned by America, even the naming of their and the framing of their existence. The culture, the gender war. Like I'm at war. Like anybody who ever listens to me on anybody's, I'm always at war, nigga. I'm always turned up about this. Because I always believe 90% of the things that you blame on white people is really black women toddling. You know what I'm saying? The only white people that you see in your communities, on the most part, are teachers and police officers, people with positions of authority. But you don't even see white people owning your local store. Those are normally Arabs or Asians. Like, there are no white people in your daily day for this imaginary boogeyman to reign supreme over all decisions. It's really women and men who defend women because she's black. So 90% of the things you blame on white supremacy is really black women. So you gotta understand who your war is against. And then you have to say to yourself, am I equipped to fight a girl?
Well, see, and that's the thing. There is the effort to try so hard to make black women's actions, quote unquote, white supremacy. Like, they don't want to face the fact that yes, they are going to destroy you. Right? They want that. They want that system of quote unquote white supremacy and white people being responsible for black people's condition to persist. Right? Because what if they actually did something about it? Then they might have to hold power. Then they might be responsible, and that's the scary part. They don't want that.
Mm. No, well said, well said. Little Big Nate in the bill. Wait, hold on, Freeman. You had came up. I know you had sent a super chat and you
Oh,
had came up. Did you? Yeah, did you say? Did
no,
you
I
keep
didn't.
going with it? Well, yeah, what prompted you to come up? Because you kind of just riffed off what they were saying. But what prompted you to come up? Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to respond to Game Changer. He was talking about how women seek power through a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, but black women aren't doing that. I think he's giving them too much credit, right? Other women are restrained, so the avenue to power is through a man, right? If those women were equally as unrestrained as black women, they would do the exact same thing.
Wait,
And my example,
how are other women in this country restrained?
well, you okay? So you realize like half the country is actually married and functioning fine.
Mm-hmm.
Why we focus on the bad parts, but there is a significant portion of America that is married,
Mm-hmm.
nuclear families, and doing okay, right?
Yeah.
So when I say I'm talking about those women, right? Those
Mm-hmm.
women were raised restrained, right? And then they went to other men that are still restraining them, right? And it's just part of the
Mm-hmm.
culture. You don't even notice it, right?
Yeah.
But when unrestrained, what happens, right? Like the educational system, when it was run by men and you had more male teachers and all your administrators were male, right? Women were restrained. But then what happened when that exact same organization lacked male leadership, they put all the boys on Ritalin, right? And got rid of recess, right? And just and orchestrated the entire system to make it easier for women to run it and exist in it. And just destroying the boys is just what happened.
Freeman,
Mm-hmm.
everything you said I agree with, but the whole time you're saying they were restrained. All I heard in my head was train your toddler. Please train your
Yeah.
toddler.
Yeah. Little Big Nate in the building. Little Big Nate in the building. You got the flow. You got the mic.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Man,
Salute.
Dirty Hood, man, but man, Freedom's Journal. How you gentlemen doing this afternoon? Very august panel, man. Salute to you. Salute to you. But I just got here, so I don't know what's been discussed up until about 10 minutes ago. But what I would add to this conversation are a couple of my quotes that I've repeated on your show, that I repeat on my show quite a bit too. A woman left to her own devices will more than likely self-destruct. Number one. Told my daughter that when she was 11. And one I made up more recently is, and I said it a couple of times on your show. If you want to destroy the world, you don't have to put women in charge of the world. Just put women in charge of their lives. They will destroy the world. All this women are winning, and what's that?
That was bars. I heard that one on your show.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Dirty man. Appreciate it. All this talk where we're like at war with women, and shout out to Dirty, but I would disagree, because you have to look at who are controlling the women. And you know what I'm about to say. Well, yeah, okay, you say gays, but it's the left.
Okay.
Black women are simply the most dysfunctional women. Black American women are the most dysfunctional, most uncooperative, most unmarried women on earth, not because they're black, not because they're women. It's because they're Democrats and they're liberals. Black women have been under the tutelage more than any other woman in this country, any other group of women, under the tutelage of white liberals for 70 years, telling them everything in exchange for their complete allegiance and submission to what white liberals tell them. Black women have destroyed their families. They've destroyed their opportunities for marriage. They are the most indebted women. I hate to say this, but they have the most STDs. All this is because they are in complete submission to liberalism and Democrat ideology. Look, the other women are as good and as marriageable as they are traditional values centered. Black women spit in the face of traditional values. They laugh at traditional values. Black women, by their political allegiance, and it's not a thing of the white. It's not about white people, white supremacy. I keep asking people to make distinctions. These people on the left, the white Democrat has been your enemy for over 170 years. From the time you were released from bondage, in 1865, in 1866, the white Democrats created the Ku Klux Klan. The year after you were released, dog, the year after we came out of slavery, they created an entire organization designed to intimidate and harass and take your life. And then we go into the early 1900s. Your boy that created W.D. Griffith, white Democrat. The people that burned down Black Wall Street, white Democrats. It wasn't the white man. It was white Democrats. Okay? Who did W.D. Griffith play the movie for in 1919, I think? Woodrow Wilson, a white Democrat. And then we fast forward to civil rights. Well, I mean, I've skipped over several things like the Black Codes and Jim Crow, all done by white Democrats. Okay? And then fast forward to today, when these white Democrats are supposed to be your friends, they're the same white Democrats who have complete control over Black women. And by default, white liberals have complete control over Black men, because Black men want Black vagina more than anything. And they will do any and everything to get access to it, including voting against their interests, being weak, doing commercials. Hood gave me that commercial I play on my show so often, with the Black Democrat mayors telling Black men to get behind them, and those effeminate, weak, clown-ass Black Democrat men all telling Black men, just like Hood Serves said a few minutes ago, Let's get our power by giving it to black women. Dog, you got to see. Yes, black women are enemies. Shout out to Mr. Palmer and the brilliance of Ku Klux Keisha. But Ku Klux Keisha was designed and created by the white Democrat and the white liberal. Simple fact. We got to start looking to our enemies. You can look at the black woman as the enemy, and by and large, many of them are our enemy. As much as they are opposed to traditional values and patriarchy, they are a quality, competent black man's enemy. To the point where there is a contingent of them now who will come on the internet and talk about killing you. I don't hear groups of white men online talking about killing little tiny black baby boys. I do hear some black women talking that though, and posting about it and reconciling it in their mind. To the degree they are Democrats and leftists, black women are your sworn enemy. Period. We have got to come to terms with this. I know I came to this space 3.5 years ago. Most of the niggas were Democrats, but against the gynocracy, which is illogical to me. I don't know how you vote for the gynocracy and then you're against it. I don't know how you vote for feminism and then you're against it. Your actions have got to be morally and intellectually consistent with your vote.
Nate,
you cannot
let me
vote for this stuff.
Let me throw something at you, Nate. And this is why, and I agree with the politics of it all, but I want to say this is why I have to keep an eye on the personal as well as the political. And this is something I've done a little bit of content on. Even like I've thought about this for a while. I think I probably even asked this question on my show. Like, would I talk to my son about dating out? Would I like encourage him to date out just for the fact that the sheer numbers in the culture, and odds are if you want what you want as a black man, you're less likely to get it with the majority of black women.
That is terrifying. And it's true. And it's terrifying though.
Right. But if that's the reality, but hold on, if that's a reality, if that is a reality, then you have to address the personal. And that's why I think it's totally appropriate for guys to sort of look at them like you say, no, they are the problem. Because in a personal like you said, in the personal life, it's not some boogeyman white man, it's them. To the point where like we can't even copulate. So like it really is a profound problem.
Well,
I don't think you have to talk to your sons about it, honestly. I mean, how many of us here know someone, a black man, 25 and under, that doesn't even date black women?
Right. No, I wouldn't even mean talk about it. I just mean like give him the blessing without it being an issue. You know, just go on, do it. Just go ahead and do it. I know. It feels good.
Yeah, I don't even think you have to bring it. I think Friedman's Journal was kind of right in the sense, if I heard it right, because I got up and walked around for a little bit. But coming back into it, you barely even have to talk about it. I think it's fairly, like at this point, when it comes to people, you know, at younger, I'm talking high school level or slightly just out of high school. Yeah, they do that on autopilot. They don't think nothing of it. The only way it becomes a discussion is if you got some, if you have some ideology where you specifically want them to only date, when you specifically only want them to date black women, then you got to have a conversation with them, basically trying to steer them from what, based off the environment that they're in, particularly probably the schools that they go to. I mean, some of the schools are racially mixed. You basically have to steer them away from it. But as far as encouraging them to or giving them your blessing to do it, that's like an insignificant afterthought. They just automatically doing it on autopilot when it comes to dating outside their race. You don't even have to. It's not even a conversation. Like I honestly think they'll look at you kind of weird if you try to even have the conversation and steer them in a certain way.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, I have this in my house, you know, my son. I would prefer, we're not talking about what I'm telling him to do. I would prefer my son to be with a black woman, of course. That's my preference. But I don't put my preference on him. He is free to go out and be with whoever he wants. And like most young black men, their default ideal, that their inclination is towards black women, like any other group of people, towards their biological counterpart. But the problem is what so many of these YouTubers, they've done content on this. They go to the mall and they ask an array of different young men, do you date black girls? Some say no, some say yes. The ones that say no, many of them are black, mixed in with the other groups of young men, is because two reasons. They're mean and they're ratchet. Now, what is I'm not even talking to the black young girls. What is the black mom's response to that? And to this issue of power, okay? Like somebody is in the chat said like women are winning. No, they're not. You know, there was a whole controversy. Hoes is winning. No, they're not. Getting a purse is not winning. Manipulating a man to pay for your dinner is not winning. You ultimately are setting yourself further and further back from actual winning, which is having the qualities that would qualify you to come under a proper man's leadership, because that's the only safe place for a woman. All black women's advancements, their judgeships, their worthless businesses, their worthless degrees, it gets them nowhere. The reason black women go back, okay, you got a 22-year-old black girl just graduated college. She's out. She's listening to satanic Luciferian leftist ideology, the white feminist pasty skunk. She's listening to their filthy nigger imps on the left. They dominate media. They dominate social media. Go out, fuck as many men as you want. You're the boss. You're so much better than these men out here. Make a man wrap his life around yours, but don't get married too early. Go ahead and live your life, have your fun, travel. They're doing exactly what they're told. They completely ruin themselves under the instruction of the left. Then they're 26, 27. Oh my God, I don't know how to cooperate with a man. I don't even know how to choose a man properly. Let me go back and get my master's. They spend a year and a half getting their master's, come back out, try to date, fuck this guy, fuck that guy. Oh my God, I still don't know how to cooperate with a man, build a family, and live the dream all these other women live. Let me go back and get my PhD. They go back, get their fucking PhD, come back out, try to date. Fewer and fewer options out here because they're getting older and heavier and more in debt. They can't get a man still. Let me go start a business. Everything black women do is as a result. All these degrees, all these businesses, all this bullshit is a result of their inability to know how to pick and get under the leadership of a man.
I'm not blaming that on liberals. I'm blaming that on black mothers. Make sure you're black. You can date a black girl. Make sure she's still orphan or raised by wolves or Baloo or something on the Jungle Book. Just don't let her have a black mom. She could be black. Just don't let your girl have a black mom. White mom, black dad. She's still black. One drop rule, nigga. Just do not let her have a black mom. Anyway, look. Women's whole thing is they have to be empowered, which means they have no power. Only black men give them power. I'm not gonna say only black men, but because the system is designed to help women, which isn't necessarily black women, just women as a general construct. All this is black men's fault. I mean, as much as I hate these toddlers, I have to understand that my dad didn't train my mother or my sisters. That my brother-in-law, I remember my brother-in-law told me I was 15 years old. He said, "Man, look, bro, I decided to quit beating your sister." I said, "I didn't even know you beat her sister. Do it one more time for me. Get my lick." Nobody trains their toddlers. You know what I'm saying? And I always say, and I have to co-sign what Nate said. I just say it differently. That all toddlers need adult supervision. There should be no toddler out here. I don't care if she's 4 years old or 44 years old. Don't let her cross the street by herself. All toddlers need adult supervision. So what you're going through is a bunch of men who want the system to raise their daughter, want women to raise their daughter, even though they don't deal with the woman. They want to be absolved of their duty to train their toddler. No woman knows how to pick a man. That's why the father picked a man and gave away his daughter to another man's covenant to change her last name so that other man could take care of his toddler. No woman knows shit. Nothing. All their businesses are sole proprietorships. They do not feed 5 people. You know what I'm saying? So they're not feeding a pack. They're just getting money so they can buy more purses and more hair, which ironically is like their number 2 business, besides taking care of other women's kids with home daycares. Women really don't know shit. Y'all giving it too much credit. Men's fault, men's fix, because everything's men's fault. Ask a woman, everything's men's fault. So men's fix. So women really have no vote for anything that happens. When men are decide to be men and stop being black, because being black, you think they're your women, but they're not your women. All women are spoils of war. The French women in Normandy that was sleeping with the Nazi, spoils of war. All women are spoils of war. You lost the war. That's fine. That's fine. They're not your women, though. You have to try but with your guys and get stuff done, and then girls will come back to you when they want to fuck your logo. But these are not your chicks. You shouldn't even include them. The fact that I ask guys who be like, yo, they grew up broke. Like, I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side, and they remember their journey from being broke to being affluent, or at least middle class. They have sisters who swear to God they ain't never been broke. They just deserve to be on a yacht just because they exist. The unrealistic, like the daycare, bro, like the way these toddlers imagine a life and have they little cosplay, they play dress up and have imaginary friends and all that goofy shit. Bro, they should never be included in any decision, including what they want to eat, because girls don't even know what they want to eat. They don't know what shoes look best. They don't know if they look fat in that dress, even though they know they gained 30 pounds. Nothing they say with clothes on really matters. Men just got to make this happen, bro. Men's fault, men's fix.
All right. The question on the table by SKC says, question to Nate. Why is that your preference for your son, considering all that you know? I'm curious.
Great question, SKC. Because my son has been raised, and look, I'm no alpha male. I don't even get into the alpha male shit. But I know my son is one. He's incredible. The boy is chiseled out of granite. He is a magnificent specimen. He is a conservative. He's a warrior. It's what he is. And I know I'm looking to pull up a clip. Hopefully Bernard will let me play, of the type of black woman that I would love my son to meet. This is this. I played it on, I think, Bernard's show before. It's the single greatest call ever made in to Kevin Samuels' show by a black woman. It's probably one of the greatest calls you'll hear a black woman make ever. Okay. And I want the black community in America to thrive like the Jewish community, like the Asian community, like people from India. They arrange their marriages with other Indian children for their Indian son. Yes, I know black women, because they're devoted to the Luciferian left and the white devil liberal, there's so few of them that can be worked with. In response to SKC's question, it's just the ideal. Again, I never told my son he had to do that. That's my preference. It's my ideal. And when a Jewish mom says, tells her Jewish daughter or her Jewish doctor's son, marry a pretty Jewish girl or go marry a Jewish doctor, it makes perfect sense to me. They want their group of people in this country to continue to grow and thrive and be successful by pairing quality, competent, productive, family-oriented men with women qualified for marriage. And that's part of what I do on my show. Since my first Little Big Nate Show channel that got struck down in 9 months, I would talk to black women and tell them what they need to hear. Shout out to KS. Of course, he was doing it on a much more substantial way, but I was doing it my way too. And, I'm the one that told you what a helpmeet is. I ask dirty folks, like I broke down some really deep shit on a stream I did on Rumble called Black Women Would Rather Own a Business. Black women would rather own a business than start a family. I broke down like at the point when a woman is her most perfect and what she is completely obsessed with. And like when a little girl is 5 or 6, she knows what's going to make her happy. You can see by the way she plays. I had an example. My daughter in my loft upstairs, there's a playhouse that belonged to my daughter. It's still there. I still got like 25 SpongeBob DVDs up there in my entertainment center. And like on occasion, just a few times, I would play house with my daughter. She usually played by herself. She played with her brother or friends that came and were up in the loft with her. But the times I played house with my daughter, with her little playhouse, with the little black lady, the little black man, and the two little black children in the car, all my daughter wanted to be was a mommy and a wife. That's it. That's all little girls want to be. Whenever you give them dolls, their Cabbage Patch, their Barbie and Ken, all they play is mommy and wife. They're not you never hear a little girl talk about, I'm an obstetrician, I'm a civil engineer, I own a business. They never bring that stupid shit up. They don't bring that stupid shit up until they're poisoned by white liberalism and this demonic white feminist ghoul. And then all these horrible ideas come into their head that are now more important than being a wife and a mommy. Little girls at their perfect stage, before they're polluted by liberalism, all they want to be is a mommy and a wife. What happens to a girl in 15 years when now she's on a college campus, and I played this on my show, saying, pro-choice, pro-choice, kill these fucking kids. I've played videos. White suburban parents are paying tens of thousands of dollars a year to send their daughters to college to learn to say, pro-choice, pro-choice, kill these kids. There was a black girl in the video I played. There were these white conservative men marching for pro-life, and all these white and black feminists. This one black feminist came up and talked about her 2 abortions, fuck babies. She held up both of her middle fingers. This is what liberal arts colleges and universities are turning little girls into as young adult women. Women who say, kill the babies. That's it.
Nate.
That's it.
Yeah, what I would say to SKC's question is, it's kind of a weird question to ask, especially even when Nate said it from an idealistic standpoint, that's what he want, and SKC, responded in the chat by saying why, like put it like this, Hispanic Latinos, they have their issues, but from an idealistic standpoint, if a man is Hispanic and he has a Hispanic son, I understand why he would, even though they got their problems too, they got their issues, understand why he would say, yeah, I'm raising my son well. I would prefer my son to marry off with a well-raised Hispanic girl, and they make a nice Hispanic family and produce some good people like us. Like from an idealistic standpoint, it's kind of goofy. It's silly to ask. Well, why would you want that? Now,
I think you're missing the point, gentlemen. You're missing the point. And let me try, because I was thinking about this. This is a deeper philosophical problem, perhaps no. This is a deeper existential problem for the Black community on a large level, right? And it has to do with something called morale. You know how people talk about morale amongst your troops, morale in the workplace. It's a critical thing if you want a job done. Your team has to be all on board. And how do you address the issue that on a fundamental level? So because to compare Black America to like the Hispanic and the Latinos and all that, I think you're missing a huge point of comparison. And this is why I think.
Wasn't
No, give me a second. I'm tying this all together. I mean, somebody mentioned the Latino community, so let me just make the comparison, right? The Latino community, by course, doesn't sacrifice its men to its women to sustain the community, right? And so all the other communities that you want to compare against on a functionality level, they don't have that. Whereas the men who are withdrawing, the men who turn their back, walk away, they save themselves, whatever, they passport out of here, they are running away. They are turning their back on something that is predatory to them. So when you ask why,
as they should,
so when SKC asks Why did you even want that if you know what you know? That's what he's talking about, and you just said as they should. So when you know, if you know it's predatory, if you know, let me ask the question flat out. If you know it's predatory, why is it wrong to turn your back on it?
Wait, hold on. Time out.
This is nonsense.
Hold on. Wait. Stop. Everybody stop. Let the host speak. I did not in any way, shape, or form say it doesn't make sense to turn your back on it. It makes perfect sense.
Exactly.
To turn your back on it. What Nate was saying, and I understood what he was saying from an idealistic standpoint, he wished that we weren't like that.
Thank you.
That it could start, and that he's hoping that he's raised a son who could hopefully find a black woman who was also raised right by a man like him. And then his son could at least start something that makes sense in his own household. He's saying he wants that for his son.
But
we're all here. Yeah, I got you, Nate. Nate.
Right.
But we're all here and we're having this conversation because we all understand how fucked up it is, and none of us gets in the way of a black man walking away from this bullshit. Like, that's part of what we all advocate for. So in that sense, we all on the same team. Just some people.
No, I interjected because you took issue with the question, and I'm like, no, the question's valid. That was the whole reason I interjected, because you were like, what the hell?
Because you're trying to box them.
Hold on. The question is only valid if Nate says he would only permit, allow, or give his blessing. If he would only permit, allow, or give his blessing to his son being with a black woman, that's when the question becomes valid.
It's funny. Dennis said something similar. Dennis said that ideally this, and by the way, people act like it's. I don't want to call it selfish, but people act like it's not in your best interest for you to want your grandkids to look like you. Like, people are asking, why would anybody want that? And the reality is that's how a lot of people are, regardless of race. Ideally, if they could pick everything, ideally. Now, people understand you may have to compromise on some things, and this is where your principles comes in. So Dennis has also said that ideally he would like his sons to be with melanin women. However, if they are happy with non-melanated women, he would be fine with that. But ideally, that's what he said. The key word here is ideally. And that's important, because then you have to understand that what we're dealing, this is where SKC too, we're not dealing with a racial issue. We are dealing with a culture issue. Yeah, if you can add the liberalism political issue in there too, that definitely is like the brain engine of it, but it's also a cultural issue that's the foundation. So if you can find a black woman, as hard as it is, this outside of the cultural dynamic, which, by the way, is another reason why a lot of the black men, the earlier black men, that before Passport Bros, before there was Passport Bros, oh my God. Hold on.
I'd like to go after Edward.
Go ahead.
Real quick though, I think it's interesting. You all just quietly, passively acknowledge that black love is idealism. You're all pitching idealism.
I need 10 more seconds. I need 10 more seconds.
You gotta let me respond to this, please.
Well, I 10 more seconds. You have to. This is where a lot of these guys, when they were going to areas in the Western Hemisphere that were they had melanin women, they were trying to operate outside of the culture. The culture is the problem. All this is matrifocal and stuff. This is a cultural issue, and it's reinforced by the liberalism that is pushed, because that's what gives a lot of it cover. So so it can be done. I'll let that go. Yeah.
All right. Let's go ahead and clear this up once and for all. Okay. Especially this black man in the chat who came to my motherfucking platform and told a black man to date a fucking white welfare mother. Keep your fucking mouth shut, nigga. I cannot stand this nigga now. I swear to God. This nigga hates being black. He hates black people. He bragged about how his daughters don't date black women. Nigga, why don't you get the fuck out of here? I can't even stand the sight of you anymore. Ugh!
That's crazy.
I want to let you know right now, I despise that nigga in the chat. I'm not even going to say his fucking name.
We got you. Go ahead.
Here's my problem.
Now let no. I gotta respond, bro.
Go ahead,
I
respond.
gotta respond to this nonsense.
All right, go.
All right.
I didn't hear what he said. I'll look up
No,
what he said.
just,
if it's
just take a
egregious.
guess what we're talking about.
I know. Hold on, wait.
It's the nigga that tells black men to date white welfare mothers who are single mothers with tattoos, and he tells black men to marry them. This fucking clown in the chat.
I know exactly who you're talking about without reading
nigga.
it. So, but go ahead. I want to hear your response to.
Every time I see his fucking comments, they make my skin crawl. The nigga hates who he is. He's just like Donovan Sharp. He would date a fucking white woman he found under a goddamn dumpster before he dated a decent black woman, you fucking clown. I'm calling you out, dog. I devoted a whole stream to you. I took it down, but I am so fucking sick of you twisting my words. You fucking asshole. Now, to deal with this thing about ideally wanting to promote quality black people getting with quality black people. I never told my son he had to date black women. I never divulged him, you better get out there and you better date black girls. I never advised him to do that. Hold on a second. This is my son.
Yeah. And to be fair, give you a second. I don't know. Well, my family never did that either. And we all ended up dating. It's interesting. My brothers dated white women first, and that didn't work out. So they ended up going the opposite way. And I've been very happy with what they brought to like Thanksgiving dinner, as well as I date everybody as far as races is concerned. But the point is, the ideal part is a goal. It's an idea of where you're aiming for. And like I said, a lot of brothers, like if I was going to raise sons, I would make sure I take them outside the country. Because I would make sure they understand at a very early age. And I've told black women this too. I've said passport bros actually might be you all savior, because the reality is if black men understand that it's a culture issue, then they a lot of times will be less likely to say, okay, I'm just not dating black women. I'm just going to go get one somewhere else. Because that's what a lot of these niggas want at the end of the day anyway. But they're not going to sacrifice themselves under the altar of what we've all been talking about. But nobody talks about culture in the black community. So they don't understand that. They just say that's who they are. Now, granted, when it comes to ADOS women, yeah, most of the women are already married, is not on the bullshit. So if you're going to tell me, oh, I want to find a nice ADOS woman that's not about this shit, I'm sorry. That's fucked up, because if you do, chances are they want white dudes. So I'm telling you that right now. Here it's fucked. So I'm not playing this game about trying to sneak people in the back door to stay here. I want to make that very clear on what I'm saying. If you want somebody that's not on the bullshit, it's black, you're probably gonna have to get out.
Yeah, and I agree. So I was on, I think I was on Game Changers once, and I was in the chat, and I said they were talking about, you know, the dynamic of black boys and white girls, and I said my son has stopped. He hasn't stopped trying to date black girls, but he's expanded his options. And he told me about it, and I said, all right, son, good for you. He talks about the white girls at the gym he'll talk to, and I was on Game Changers, and I said, my son told me that black girls give when they talk to my son, they give my son their Instagram. White girls give my son their number. And Game Changer said, well, why do you think that is, Nate? He talked to me in the chat. I said, I don't know. I think a lot of black girls aren't used to a young man actually coming up and talking to them and getting in their faces, you know, like a man is supposed to. All right. Whoa, let me finish, please. I never told my son to date black girls. That was his default position, like most young men. And we also have to come to the realization there are black men in this space that hate themselves. There are black men in this space that will tell black men to marry a welfare SSI receiving single mom with tattoos and a SpongeBob tank top who comes to the Kavindra G show talking about wanting a black man, who in the show admitted she invites men to her house to be around her child that she meets online, and with her filthy hair and her tattoos and her SpongeBob tape top, there are dirtbag niggers who will tell black men to go marry her like that dirtbag nigga did on my show. That nigga hates black people, and I hope he comes up here. I do, because I'm sick of his shit. And any of his faggot followers in the chat, come up here with him. I'll slice all your fucking throats. Don't you have? How
Well,
dare you?
Nate, now come on, man.
How dare you tell
F-bomb.
me?
I've been pulled
How
down for
dare
using
you tell me to
F-bomb.
have a problem with what I prefer? How dare you? You fucking sellout.
Nate,
now you pissing on the host show with the
Piss on
F-bomb.
anybody I choose to, bro. These niggas are just these niggas are intellectually dishonest and they're mentally ill. Just like Donovan Sharp. Like Donovan Sharp can attack some black women like Danica Marie, and I ain't even caping for her. But that nigga talks about dating white white heroin addicts with 2 crackhead best friends. How do you talk about black women? How can that filthy nigga in the chat talk shit about black women on his channel all day when he tells black men to marry a welfare receiving white piece of trash single mom with tattoos?
All right.
He's a fucking
Nate. All right. Gotta cut you off. You dropped the F-bomb. Like, be careful with that. Understand?
I'm sorry.
You was in
My
the zone.
apologies.
Yeah, so I mean the thing about it is that's what a lot of people have said. Even though the problem is you got too many dudes that they want to say shit and it may be correct, but they have an agenda behind it. And I'm not even talking about what you call it. I'm also talking about when people will say, well, this is what I was talking about. Now, this Q is sticking to white supremacy all of a sudden. You see what I'm saying? But what I've always said is there's traditional black men. Like when I separate conservatism amongst black men, there are black men that are promoting what I call black traditionalism, black patriarchy, under conservative values. And these are traditional guys. Sub-Zero 363 is one example of this. And Grown Man Business is another example of this. Obviously, y'all on the panel. And then you have dudes, they try to hide behind that. And this is why I know conservative isn't like this, even though he says racism doesn't exist anymore. But if you don't know how to parse what people are saying and their consistent track record, then you start lumping people in certain categories just by association. And most people are too lazy to really do that, to understand where certain people are coming from. And so
I don't believe in the systemic racism.
Some people, real quick, Ed, some people do that on purpose. I think people have listened to Nate enough to know that he ain't on no Dr. Umar B1 shit. So that's why it's disingenuous sometimes when people try to say, when Nate basically we all are here because we see problems with what's going on culturally with black people. So I think most of us, idealistically, would like to see black people do better. Otherwise, we wouldn't spend so much time talking about black people not doing better. So if somebody, so I think that was what I meant when I said it could get ridiculous when somebody is asking, well, why do you want to see black people do better? It's like it's
disgusting.
It turns into
disgusting and it's disingenuous.
Here's the only
no.
These niggas ain't got no problem with Jewish people.
Hold on.
Ain't got no problem with Jewish people.
You're moving. You kind of moved the goalpost because it wasn't do better. That wasn't the question. It was like, why did you want your black son to be with a black girl? That was the specific framing.
You don't think white people want their children with white people? Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay,
some do. Some do. Hold on. Some do, but they are maintaining something. And so what is it that you're maintaining by feeding your son to the system? And that's the question it now becomes.
You see how you're lying, Hood? I told you I never told my son to date black women.
I didn't say it's about your son. No, it's not about your son. Take him out. No, listen, let's not personalize it. When I say that, I'm making it a phrase, but it's not about yours. But at the same time, we're men. So when men are backing out of the system, that's what's happening. They don't want to be fed into it. So why should they be fed into it?
I've done several streams about the benefit of being a passport bro. I'm not even a passport bro. I celebrate black men going to find better options elsewhere. But if you ask me, like that nigga in the chat manipulating my words like he always does. Bro. I said I would prefer my quality black son with a quality black woman. And niggas like him, the fact that he can't see that what I'm saying is valid, he believes that there's no such thing as a quality black woman. that
Hold
all black
on,
women are the same, and that's how he runs his shitty, worthless channel. That's what he does.
Hold on. What I always interpreted, what was embedded in Nate's statement is that he would like to see his son, who's a quality young black man, be with a quality young black woman. I didn't interpret that as Nate saying, I want to feed him to the fucked up system. If I detected that Nate was saying that, I would have been at Sword's Point with him. Like,
I would never say that shit.
Yeah. So
here's the issue with that, and this is where I take umbrance with Nate, just because he said it's the filthy liberals. Everything he says is true. I just replaced filthy liberal with Keisha when he talks, because the filthy liberals weren't there when an 11-year-old girl was at my kitchen table clipping her 1-inch nails to put on 1-inch press-on nails, and I asked her, why would you clip your nails to put on nails the exact same length? And she told me about swag, and I'm old, I don't know shit. I'm like, bitch, I'm 32. He wasn't there when I was mentoring 7th and 8th graders, and there's 14-year-old 7th graders. Pause on being a 14-year-old 7th grader. That means you're going to be 16 when you graduate from 8th grade. But I digress. When there's 14-year-old 7th graders telling me they want to get pregnant because they want to have somebody to love and they want to get a house so they can move out their mama house. The liberals gave the housing vouchers, but the liberals didn't tell her that the key to success was getting knocked up. And we're talking, y'all saw the video like in 2022 with the black girl, because y'all don't listen to black girls. Y'all look on my Facebook. I was talking about this in 2012 when I was doing mentorships in Chicago public schools. They always say that. So my whole thing is, it is a liberal problem, because liberal, if you feed a cat, he'll stay on your porch, and the liberals fed Keisha. But it's Keisha.
Liberalism is the gasoline, and they pour gasoline on the culture is the fire. And that's what, I'll say this, like I said before I got cut off, and not get cut off, my shit is my shit. But SYSBM does not support trading in a fucking Keisha white bitch for a black bitch. SYSBM has never supported that, man. Bus driver has been very clear that you are not to claim SYSBM if you're getting urban white women, particularly Ace of Spades white women. White women, they don't date white men, but only date black men.
Exactly.
That is not SYSBM, and they are very vicious about people that are trying to promote that shit. They've calmed down, but they don't, because that's not what it's about. So I just want to be very clear, and that includes Latinas too. It's a culture issue. If they have the same culture or adjacent to Keisha's, that is not allowed. And so this is why Passport Bros grew. So I just want to be clear about that. I also want to be
men who think, you see, I say I would want my son with a quality black woman if there are some to be found out here,
bro.
But hold on. Those other niggas, like the nigga I talked about earlier, there is no descriptive adjective quality when it comes to a white woman. She's just a white woman, so all white women are quality in his mind.
And oh my god, man, if you go on these Reddit, like they got
fucking disgusting niggas.
Understand, they got these things on TikTok where they take the AI and make a voice changer and they tell Reddit stories. Yo, the shit these white boys, there's a reason I've always said don't go red pill for black women and only be blue pill for non-black women. Because trust me, these white bitches, go to the YouTube channel, whatever, with the white dude, and here's some of the goofy shit these white bitches be saying, and you will then understand. Now, obviously, white women are a lot more numerical count and they have a lot more incentives to act right, but do not be this blanket whiteness that they're all good. Same thing with any race. Same thing when you go overseas. Nobody's promoting that. Now, as far as the other part, though, that the other dude was talking about with, what he grew up with, who he helped. Yeah, man, that's the kind of difference I had. I just didn't feel like having that fight today. But yes, liberalism is the gas. They exasperate it because white women have their own white shit they're trying to push, and they exasperate it with black women in order for black women to be the tip of the sword, and black men just got to deal with it because black women never get no benefit other than some fucking vouchers and shit, and they're barely getting that now. So let's remember. And they sign. Now, here's the thing: they sign up to be used. They're not tricked. Black women volunteer. They're not drafted. They volunteer for this, so they are to be held accountable. But understand that even if I just want to say this, and I'm done. Even when you take the liberalism completely out of it, you still have this gynocentric matriarchal bullshit. It may be to a lesser degree, but it is still there. This is why you got women like the real Dana or other women that claim conservative, that they still got matriarchal tendencies. That's why I was always telling y'all that amongst black women, they are still matriarchal, even though they are conservative. It doesn't separate it.
All right.
Not all the way. I'm done.
If I could, real quick, let's remember the story of Mr. Obumaseli. In 2018, Mr. Obumaseli put out several tweets about black women. Every tweet he put out was correct. Talked about their attitudes, the way they care for themselves or the lack of care. Talking about how these how black women behave, how they interact. Every tweet he put out was correct. I had absolutely no problem with it. The only problem I have with Mr. Obumaseli is that he went and got himself a white woman, a piece of shit, white OnlyFans whore, who was consistently committing acts of domestic violence against him, as per 3 of
you talking about the dude that got killed?
Yeah, Mr. Obumaseli,
okay.
African cat in Miami. As per 3 of their best white friends in a news interview. Those 3 white friends says, yeah, every time they fight, the young lady would start the physical altercation with Mr. Obumaseli. That piece of shit, white trash woman ended up stabbing him to death. And that's the type of thinking that got Mr. Obumaseli killed.
That's true.
It's thinking that all white women are perfect because of their white skin. I have respect. I admire. I will look out for the best interests of proper women, regardless of their skin color. Women who respect patriarchy, traditional values, conservative ideology, and the natural dynamic between a man and a woman, and respect for God and his natural law. Those are the women who respect for me.
Nate, can I lay something out for you? Because I don't know why bringing this subject up made the panel so energetic, and I feel like we done stumbled into a minefield for some reason.
He always does that.
He always
does. Hold on. I was up here doing shit. I thought
bro. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. I just want to lay out something.
Yeah, just real quick. I think what set things off really was more so Nate got a history with somebody who was saying some shit in the chat room. That was more so what set it off. I think everybody else was in a place where a normal, decent conversation could have been had about what some black men ideally would like to see in terms of black women versus what's practical right now given the environment. That's a good conversation that I think we could sensibly have.
And we all agree you got to get the fuck out. You got to import. If you want a black woman, just like Ford and Chevrolet, you got to import because they're making shitty cars.
Yeah.
And here's the
nobody disagrees with that. The issue we got is you got some niggas talk about why would you import black women or deal with black women at all?
Okay, now let me make the point. Let me make the point. I think the problem I'm having with you guys' framing of how you would approach the issue is, on a certain level, you're putting the future of the culture in the woman's hands, and I'm like, no, the culture is the men. Whatever the men do is now black culture. Whatever them women do is what they do. Whatever the men do is black culture. And I think that's got to be the framework going forward. And it has to be like a retaking of it. If you want to do what, yeah.
Wait, explain how
that's
somebody is putting the. Hold on, Ed. Explain how somebody is putting the culture in black women's hands. Explain that.
Well, when we say like the idealistic thing is for the black men to get with the black women, I'm saying no. The idealistic thing is for the black men to win, and whatever goes behind that is black culture.
One quick amendment, if it wasn't clear, the idealistic thing is for black women en masse to be worth getting with.
No, it's not.
That's what
Yeah,
makes my man.
that's where I'm coming from. I don't have any idealistic vision for them. I want men to dominate all spheres. Women will fall in line wherever they can fall in line. Like wherever they fit in is where they
The
be.
bottom line of this is that
though.
you're angry.
God, this Jerry, like, dude, Nate, look, man, I disagree with Nate as well, but Nate did not. Where the fuck is all this coming from?
Dude,
Like,
this
it's all
is
good
nonsense.
doing experiments to create these arguments.
Whoa, time out. All I said was my personal preference that I am not trying to influence my son with. Why is anybody angry at my little big Nate Burwell personal preference?
Because
that I'm
apparently you trying to
my
be Malcolm
son?
X.
Why does that make you angry, conservative?
I don't think Hood Conservative is
You
angry. I
sound
think
angry,
This
Nate.
is insanity.
Nate,
This whole conversation is insane.
Nate, you sound angry, and I'm trying to just
So
tell you
I am
what I
angry.
observe about the
And then you
situation.
got a nigga in the chat trying to make a fool out of me,
Nate,
saying that I'm trying to give my son the
Fair
swag.
enough. Fair enough, but I don't know why you and I need to have that energy. Like it's not like that. I'm just pointing out what I see as an issue.
Real quick, time out, y'all. Nate, I do
My
want to
son
point
just
out.
came home and he's talking to me. I can let my son tell you the story about him trying to date black girls.
No.
Fine, man, because at this point,
Everybody
Hood
chill.
talking about something else.
Everybody chill.
Yes.
Everybody
Oh,
chill.
well, you need to talk,
Chill.
bro.
Nate. Nate, listen to me. The individual in question does not have a wrench on this channel. You are free to time him out at your.
No, I don't like
your
timing
leisure.
people out. I
know. Ed, please.
I just want to chop the nigga up when he does speak.
I get it. But I'm just saying the panel. You got a lot of fire and brimstone into the conversation because of what somebody in the chat said, but nobody on the panel said. And I think Hood Conservative is asking. Hold on, wait, real quick. I think Hood Conservative is asking a sensible question. I think it's a small part of it that he's not understanding, and because I think in his mind what he's hearing is that we're saying or you're saying is that our moving the way that we need to move as men is predicated on them, and I'm not saying that. I'm all for real quick. I'm all for what's absolutely 100% practical. I am 100% for Black men winning however they get the victory. Absolutely 100%. You know, but my son who's 20, I think he's only dated white chicks, and I've literally never cared or never thought nothing of it, and I just like, hey, rock with whoever rocking with you.
Exactly.
It's no big. It's literally like so. I think what happens is there are certain people, you know, on the SYSBM or sometimes like the passport side of the aisle. They like to take anybody who's talking about black shit, which we all do, and they try to depict it as if we're all like Taz or Dr. Umar, and that's a bullshit argument. That's a bullshit argument that they try to real quick. Come on. That's a bullshit argument that they try to straw man us with, and they don't apply it, and they don't apply that across the board. They just pick certain content creators that I'm going to try to depict them in a certain way that they know that you're not. It's really just trolling, because I mean everybody in the black manosphere is talking about black women, so we all see the same problem, and nobody is saying absolutely 100% black woman or nothing at all. So as soon as we all agree on all those points, it shouldn't be any conflict. But some people like to stir the pot and try to create the conflict out of nothing just to try to present somebody else as other or missing the mark on something. And I think it's bullshit. And so that's and I know that's where a lot of Nate's anger and frustration came from, because he gets roped in like that for basically making a lot of points about black women that everybody agree with.
Who is more harsh on black women than me on Rumble?
Who
is more harsh on them? Tommy used to be. I'm more vicious than anybody now. Well, I'm on Rumble, so I'm not in the in YouTube thing. But this is the whole point of this. How do you look over the fact that I said my son's in the kitchen with me right now. I've never told my son to date a black girl. Never in his life. I've said, man, go ahead and do what's best for you. When he was 14, started looking at girls. I said, son, whenever you see a girl on Vine or on Instagram doing something inappropriate, you can't do anything with a girl like that. was never
But Nate, the problem
embraced
is this is
anything
what
like
extremism is. It's if you date any black woman, you're supporting the sisterhood.
that.
But going
Exactly.
to
There are
but
niggas
go,
that think like that.
but
Yes.
going
Well,
but going
hold
to
on.
what Hood Conservative was saying directly, because I want to answer that directly, because there's a little bit to that. Here's the thing. Going back to what Nate said about this filthy, disgusting white woman with tats and the fucking SpongeBob shirt. Here's the thing. If you have a child with a woman like that, it's really it's funny because BGS, we had a conversation with a dude yesterday and he came up, it was some pro black shit, right? But he came up talking about how to, make sure his daughter doesn't turn out into whatever because his mother is ratchet. That's what he said. Now BGS was asking him questions, but eventually his daughter is 17. So he's like, you need to do this when your daughter was like 3 or 4. Like you can't just after the fact when she has all of this indoctrination with her mother, with the school system. This chick, it was bisexual too, by the way. Like
Thank
it's
you.
like you
Thank you.
can't then come in after that. That's what BGS said, and you've agreed to that too. And the thing is too, he said it also starts with the woman you choose as a mother. So we got involved with what that is, what the circumstances around it was, and it was a very interesting conversation. At the end of the day, he liked her because she was ratchet, and it's like, dude, you fucked up right then, especially with the laws and all of that. So my point is that who you have a child with, if you have a child with an ain't shit chick, especially with the laws in the United States, a lot of that shit is baked anyway. Now, can you override that? Yes. Obviously, a lot of y'all are examples of this. But in the law averages, usually it's not just the mother, it's also the culture, the school system, all of that. The liberalism part. So who you choose as a woman does matter. You can't alpha your way through an ancient mother that's raising your child if you don't have direct access to them. That's the point. So when people talk about, oh God, sorry about that. Y'all get my point. I'm a mute.
All right, real quick. I actually forgot that SKC, the one who asked the question that kind of sparked this, I actually forgot that he was on the panel. So my bad, SKC, leaving you waiting. I'm about to go to you. Don't even play none of the drops, Irene, because I'm trying to run through this. But shout out to Carlo. He says, great show, BR. Shout out to, who else do we have in here? Shadow Dog Law says, BR show be lit on the low. Thank you very much for that. Do appreciate it. And also shout out to I don't want to say your full government name, but M Davis. I believe that's M Davis dropped a $10 cash app on it. Do appreciate that. Appreciate everybody supporting the stream. But go ahead, SKC. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yeah. Please bring me seltzer love. Yeah, I'm confused as to how everything got to this point.
Yeah, it was. I didn't want it to get to this point, but I think it got to this point because Nate and individual in the chat room do got a history, and that individual does troll. So there's that. But go carry on.
Oh, thanks, babe. No, I was just curious as to why that was the preference. That's all. That's all.
I'll be happy to answer it. Are you finished? Well, it's the natural preference for most. Why do people? And this is not an attack on you, SKC, but I noticed this in a certain type of black man who is, kind of disassociated itself from black people, black culture. Which, if that's what you want to do, Little Big Nate, man, do whatever works for you. I'm not saying this is true about you, but there are black men in this space who see absolutely no value in black people. They just don't. I hope that's not you. I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
If I could explain it a bit.
Sure, go ahead.
More deep. It's similar to this. Sometimes, and I'm not saying this for any men here. I'm just using it as an analogy. Sometimes with young ones, the little ones, they'll come and they'll ask questions about or have a request. Hey, I want this. Okay, why do you want this? I just think it would be odd if one of them told me, well, everybody wants this, and for that to be okay. That's why I'm just kind of asking.
Well,
For
I
you
think
yourself, why do you have that preference for your son?
because
Not what everybody else.
okay, no problem.
You.
I would love to see the small contingent of Black America that is invested in this country, that believes in traditional values, and their lives reflect that, and so does their vote, be able to thrive and be successful. That's what I would love to see. And I'm using these other people as examples because why wouldn't you ever ask those people that? Native Americans, whoa. Native Americans have alcoholism. They have problems of crime, single motherhood. Native Americans still want their people to exist. They're almost extinct, gone from 2 million down to, I believe, less than 400,000. So would you ask them that, SKC? I don't think you would, but you'll ask me because I think the same way they do.
Well, if I could put it like this, if you want your people to exist and you want your people to do better, and you agree that people do better by strong nuclear families, it's not that far of a leap that somebody like Nate would like to see his son in a strong Black nuclear patriarchal family. As long as Nate understands that that is a scarce commodity to come upon in this current environment, and gives his son full blessing to find that wherever he finds it, then that I don't think it should be any debate after that statement is made. None.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is like, say what Nate stated. He said, he gave an example of the what do you call that, the Native Americans. Okay, I understand what they're saying because there's a culture of certain things. There's a tradition of certain things, a language, a folklore, the whole nine, that is at a very it could be lost. I get that. So I guess when I ask, hey, why is that your preference? And then you say, well, I want my people to survive. And I'm wondering.
I didn't say that, SKC. I didn't even say that, bro.
You did eventually,
but
that wasn't
the best and brightest Black people to be able to move forward, the ones that are invested in this country. I did not say I want my people to survive, bro. Come on, man.
No. Okay, I recant in sackcloth and ashes. I buy down three times.
The guy in the chat's putting words in my mouth, and now you are. I didn't say that.
No. I'm backing up.
Okay, he wants to put you in a dashiki so he can
That's what he
strawman
wants
you.
to do.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to put him in a dashiki at all. What I'm asking is this. I guess if I could just ask just one last question.
Sure.
What I'm asking is what are the things that you would like to be preserved?
I would like the Black race to be preserved. And I know people will say, would you ask a guy whose YouTube tag is conservative Irishman, who promotes Irish culture, the whites who promote Scandinavian? You never ask these people these questions. You only ask Black people this.
Okay, can I?
No. I think the reason that you kind of fell for it because it's a lot in Black America that need not be preserved. So whenever anybody is talking about Black people doing functional stuff, SKC tends to interpret it as they're trying to preserve everything that's wrong in the community. I think the correct. Hold on, wait, real quick. I think the correct answer to that is that it's not about preserving none of that bullshit. Basically, the normal, good old-fashioned American, Western, patriarchal, normal shit that other people do, you would like for Black people to start doing that and do it more and do it efficiently. I think that's the right answer.
SKC completely ignored my answer. I said I want the quality black people invested in this country. I gave a litany of the characteristics and the ideology of quality black people. And what did SKC do? He ignored it. He completely ignored it.
He kind of
ignored
no,
it.
no,
Completely
that's not
ignored
the
what I
point.
said.
I got you next.
That's not
Hood.
the point. That's not the point.
I got you next, Hood. But I think he.
Bruh, did I not say that?
Hold
Bernard?
on, wait. No, you did say
Let me
that.
let me go after Hood.
Hold on, wait. I think he kind of ignored it, but then tried to bait you into basically making an argument to say
bullshit.
Hold on, wait. He kind of ignored it and then tried to bait you into making a save the community argument.
Yeah, and why are you doing that, SKC?
I'm not doing anything.
You completely ignored what I
really
said,
coming
bro.
to I'm really
Did you
coming to
not?
you guys in good faith. I'm not trolling at all or anything. I'm really, I guess what I'm laying out to you is, what are some of the things that you guys, I'll include you, Bernard, as well. What are some of the things that you would like to see preserved?
Nothing.
From
Not a
Okay,
damn thing.
so-
I want black people
so-
to do. I want black people to do normal shit that makes sense in America. That's what I want.
Okay. So then it has nothing to do with it's basically American, but just slap the color black on it.
Yep.
I'm fine with that.
You want dark skinned America.
What about St. Patty's Day? You ready to get rid of St. Patty's Day?
Yes, sure. Why not? I don't even drink beer.
I wasn't talking to you, Dirty. I'm talking to SKC.
But I'm
all
saying-
you guys who want to live in the colorblind beige America. You want to get rid of all these ethnic
Nate,
white
Nate. I know for some reason this has stoked up a lot of energy, and that is not the intent of SKC nor myself. I think we are fundamentally posing it's an existential problem that we are posing, and I think your reaction to it kind of highlights why the problem needs to be looked at. What is it to? Yes, it does, because the problem is, what is it to be black? Because when we asked Nate, hold on, I got you, Dirty, but when we asked Nate, he boiled it down to children who look like me, grandkids who look like me. So when SKC talking about other people, even Nate, you fell into the trap of the Irishman, and the Irish have a culture, a history, a language. So what is the special, unique culture and history and language of black people that you're preserving?
Hood, you literally did what I just said. You put words in my mouth. You in order to make your argument, you said I boiled it down to kids that look like me, and you ignored all the wonderful qualities about traditional values, conservative black people. Why do
No. I asked you about black specific culture that you want to maintain. Those values are universal.
Okay, I'll answer that for you.
Those values are possessed by the best of mankind. So the culture specifically, Nate.
I am going to answer that, but I'm going to answer it in a second. But you're going to have to reconcile why you boiled down everything I said to kids that look like me. You all are so
because when given the opportunity, you have not answered the question fully. When given the opportunity to explain what it is you want to preserve,
I want to promote.
No. What type of black people? So what is black?
And conservative.
So what is black?
I'll explain what black is.
You're speaking exactly what I was saying, conservative. But I guess to put it in a different way, I get what I'm asking is I did hear everything that Nate stated about the conservative traditional values and so forth, but as conservative mentioned, those things can be within anyone.
Yes.
So then I ask you again, why would it need to be a black person?
Because I want to promote the community I'm from. Okay. Is there a problem with that?
There's no problem with that, but I'd like to
say. Thank you.
I'd like to say.
No, there is a problem with some guys. There absolutely is.
I mean, I hate these hoes, but non-denominationally. I stayed in South Dakota, so I hate the white hoes too, and the Native American girls. I'm an equal opportunity toddler hater, but we still have sex. What I'm saying is, the way that you guys move with quote unquote race or ethnicity is really just crayon games. It's a fetish. Even when you do the passport bro stuff, half of them go to countries with black girls who don't understand the language, different culture. It's like you want other men to train your toddlers instead of choking these bitches in aisle 5 right here. That's the problem I have. Like there is, if men create culture, then men create code. The problem that I have with black men in general is they've listened to women for so long that when they become quote unquote emancipated, they can't listen to a man. But to be a leader is to follow and to listen to men, and men have a hierarchy of thou shalt not pass. The community was not a bunch of women. Big Mama just got the credit because Granddaddy didn't want to come out of his room because he already spent 35 years paying for the house that you call Grandmama's house. You remove the men, you remove the culture, and then the culture becomes whatever 16-year-old girls like. I don't want to preserve a 16-year-old girl culture. If I dated a 16-year-old girl right now, y'all call me all type of names. So why do I want to preserve a culture based on that?
Well, I don't want to
preserve
preserve.
a culture.
Well, I'm sorry if that was Bernard. I apologize.
No, I just, my thing is, I'm not hearing Nate say that he wants to preserve.
Thank you.
All of the shit that he's devoting his channel, and which may very well become his life's work, into complaining about and calling out and sounding the alarm on. So I don't hear him saying he wants to preserve that shit.
Black culture.
If anything, y'all could charge him up with trying to create and foster a new culture of black people, or the small percentage of black people that operate in a cultural sense, in a way that black people should be moving. He's trying to promote that and hopefully grow that.
I get that.
Right.
So their ultimate problem is
are black people on the verge of extinction?
That's agreed upon 100%. If I could wrap it up a little bit differently, and to you, Bernard, this is my argument.
Okay.
What I'm stating is this: you used to understand the sales. Let's say we're at like a car lot,
okay,
and a person comes to you and they say, and you ask, well, what do you want? And they say, I want a fast car with 4 wheels, a traditional four doors.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, okay, there's a lot of vehicles that have that. Well, I want one that's red.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the only thing that you're saying is that you just want a red car that has those things. So your real preference is that you want a red car, not for all of the different features, because there's a lot of different cars that have those features that you just talked about.
Yeah, I think that's a fair preference to say I would like a red car, provided that it has all of those qualities and features. But if it doesn't have all those qualities and features, then fuck that red car. Fuck the color red altogether.
Okay, so let's use that same analogy.
Wait. Hold on.
So there we go.
Let's KC keep working. Hold on. Go ahead.
No, he said.
So with that, it you would not need to ask that person then. From that point forward, you would need to ask them things as, well, what is your lifestyle like? Well, I like to go fishing and hunting. Well, you probably want something that has 4-wheel drive. No, that's not necessary, because as long as it's red and it has traditional features such as it has doors, it runs for quite a long time, and it gets me from point A to B, that's enough.
No.
SKC's
Wait, hold on, Nate. SKC.
Okay, all right.
SKC, you just added more quality features. Like the person that you, in the original way that you set it up, the quality features that he wanted was 4 doors, a transmission, or whatever the hell. But if you're saying the person's features and qualities that he want also includes all these other things, then yes, that's baked into the cake. I'm not saying make sure it's red and then fuck all the qualities. No,
Bernard, if I could chime in.
The qualities are non-negotiable. The qualities are non-negotiable.
Well, if I can chime in real quick.
Hold on, real quick. Stop. Whoa, everybody chill. The qualities are non-negotiable. So if you don't get the qualities in the type of, if you can't get the qualities in the type of car or color or make or model that you want, then you got to abandon that make or model.
Bernard, if I could say one thing,
just a moment, just a moment.
One thing, because I got this. What SKC is saying is that no red car could have all those qualities.
That's not what I'm saying.
I don't know.
That's
I
not
don't know
what
if
I'm
he's
saying.
saying that. Hold on. Wait.
You're saying no red car could have all those qualities.
Nate. I don't think Nate is saying that. I think he probably believes that in his heart, but that wasn't in his argument.
I think that's what he's saying.
That wasn't in his argument.
That's what I
That's
believe.
not where I'm
bro.
going. That's not where I'm going at all. Where I was going with this, Bernard, was this. Now, we're talking on this transaction, and then I say to you, let's say I'm the guy that's shopping for the car, and then I say to you, yeah. So you got a lot of red cars here and such and blah blah blah. And you're like, okay, so which one do you want? There's 3 that work within what you were talking about, and then I said, well, actually not. It's actually not for me. It's my son. Oh, so your son's favorite color is red? Well, no, that's what I want for him.
Okay, so that's a whole different.
Now, does that make sense to you, Bernard, as a salesman?
Wait a minute.
Completely disingenuous. I'm not buying my son's car.
Yeah,
He's buying it.
That's a
Thank you.
argument. I will say this.
Nonsense.
Using a car analogy, I will say this. The Bernard, he's buying a car for Nate's buying a car for his son. That's disingenuous. This is a better analogy, right? Well, a better solution to that. Okay, I want this in the car, and I want it to be red, right? And they say, yo, red cars are the man, your insurance is gonna be higher, it's a higher risk. Like, yo, if I were you, I wouldn't get a red car. It's a lot of bullshit that come with a red car, and these things are true. If y'all ever got a car, y'all know red cars. He was like, yo, but I really want a red car. He's like, okay, so we got the red car that you want, but I'm gonna tell you, it's a pre-owned. We don't have no new red cars. The red cars don't even come in new. We ain't made them in a long time. So it's like, I don't know, 1956. Like all the red cars, but we got a refurbished one. It's there for you. Like, all right, but I really want a red car. And then you say, okay, cool, I'll get you a red car. But here's the thing: this red car that we have right here, because you're not building your own car, you're not training your own toddlers. You just got to take what we got. Now I know what you want, and we got what you want in a lot of different colors. But for what you want in the color that you wanted, we only got 10 in America, and it's back ordered. It's like 300,000 people wanting this car, and we only got 10. This motherfucker more rare than a Bugatti. And you're like, yo, but I really want a red car. Now, what men do is they say, you know what? And men have done this all through history. They say, okay, I know what features I want. I'm gonna make a Packer. I'm gonna make a Hyundai. I'm gonna make what is it, Saturn. I'm gonna make the type of car that I want. I'm gonna manufacture this myself. I'm not gonna depend on somebody else to train my toddler or fix my car. I'm gonna do this myself. What you got, what I get, and I don't have a problem with the passport bros either. But what I get from this is that people want a product that they know doesn't exist, and you can complain about it all day about it not existing, do podcasts, whatever, but it don't exist, and it's up to men to create the product that he's buying. The problem with the problem that black women have with passport bros is they don't want a man to spend $40 somewhere else. But women don't understand that they have horrible customer service. He's not paying for the sex; he's paying for the customer service. They're not selling what he's buying.
Dirty. I guess my problem with the train your toddler thing, it's an aspect of that where you're basically saying, just deal with this bitch no matter how messed up she is. Or no. Train her no matter how messed up she is. But here's the deal. Here's the deal. She was 20 when you found her, which means she got 20 years of bad training. Which means that you set yourself up for World War III in your own house.
Let me ask you a question, because they're the most educated, dumbest bitches ever, right? So at 20 years old, she's in college. At 20 years old, she just got an 001 class, because even though she was summa cum laude at her public school graduation, she still reads with her finger under every word. The girl's dumb. So now she's going to college to be trained to fulfill a position. And she is dedicated to fulfilling this position in some stupid ass degree that has nothing to do with life, but has something to do with being in other people's business, like psychology, psychiatry, teacher, some goofy shit, social worker. You know what I'm saying? So because they can't figure out that all they had to do was suck dick and shut up, and they could have had a husband. They want to listen to people. So now she spends another 6 years getting her master's, being trained doing internships and externships, listening to other people on the job train on what she's trying to do. Now she's 26 years old before she even gets into the field. And now she has to go through additional training because she needs certifications to get the exact position she wants. So now she's 28. So she spent 25 years from pre-K all the way to 28 years old when she gets the certification she needs, getting trained on the position she wants. If I'm in the position she wants, me putting her ass in a closet for 3 days and not feeding her so she knows she can't do that shit no more, like I would do a puppy, is no problem. Because at 20, she wants to be trained. She's spending my tax dollars and Pell Grants to be trained. I could train a toddler.
This whole conversation came out of me saying, my son's sitting here eating. I can bring him up and have him answer my questions if you want. My desire, my personal, private desire to see my son ideally with a black woman of his stature and quality and intelligence and conservative values. And we have black men in the space that are so offended by that. Not that I ever imposed my ideology on my son. I never once told my son to date black girls. When he came and showed me the girls they didn't like, I explained what was wrong with them, why he should avoid them, what might be the positive attributes of them. And my son is well on his way to being a successful black man in this country. And my simple desire that I never imposed on my son, my personal desire to want to see him ideally with a black woman of his quality, makes niggas so angry that they have to ask a million questions and start a fight with me in the chat. What the fuck is wrong with you niggas? Ask yourselves that my personal desire that I never imposed on my son bothers you that much. Answer that for me. Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Y'all got an answer? I didn't think so.
Well, here's the deal.
They don't. Because you can't answer that question because it's illogical. Why would anybody be mad with a man's personal preference that he imposes on nobody else? The simple fact is there are people that hate being black. There are people that think there's no value to black people in totality of black people. I believe that there is a segment of black people that could be worked with if given the proper information. And that offends some people.
Well, let me ask
spend their time on chat where all they do is shit on black people the entire street.
Let me ask SKC this.
Fucking ridiculous.
Shit, damn it! I forgot my question. I was trying to jump in. Well, I do want to ask SKC this. If it does seem odd because obviously you understand there's a percentage of black people that understand the importance of family structure and values and how that, how all of that makes sense. Everything that you value, all your values, there's obviously a percentage of black people that have those values and they understand what's wrong with black America. Like, I guess I don't understand the criticism when black people who speaking from a value standpoint would like to see black people with similar values get together and produce black families. I guess I don't understand why it should be pushback with that. It's only pushback is if they're apologizing or being an apologist or trying to spray deodorant on all the bullshit and pretend like it's not an issue. Like, I understand the pushback on those ones, but people who realize the problem, they don't operate in the way of those problems and would like to see black people who got their head on straight, get together and produce something and build something and ultimately make something of themselves. Like, it does seem like you would support that. I'm not support it, but just bare minimum, not see an issue with it, right?
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as to what part of my question would suggest that I would have an issue with it.
Oh, because he literally in my interpretation of what Nate was saying, Nate's whole entire message if you really look at his channel and break down his message, that's really what he's ultimately fighting for, to get the percentage of black people that's willing to move and operate in a way that people should operate, to move, to separate and operate that way. And anybody that he could get to hop on board, anybody that he could get to hop on board, just like you would like for as many black men as possible to hop on board with your way of thinking. You know, you would like
No. I wouldn't push that on anyone. I'm just, the only thing I was asking, and I think if I don't know if my question is still in the chat somewhere, but I didn't say what anyone was doing was wrong. I was only asking for clarification as to why the preference. It would be similar to if I asked someone, "Hey, why do you prefer vanilla ice cream?" It was just that simple of a question.
But
All the other
SKC,
stuff
you've
wasn't
never
there.
asked anybody that. You keep asking about this black issue, though. You've asked for it. You've asked about it for years, SKC. You've never asked somebody why you prefer vanilla ice cream. You've asked tons of people, like, why black? Why black? Why black? And SKC, I have no problem with your perspective on that. But I need you to not have a problem with mine. As a conservative, I don't believe whatever you want to believe, to each his own. I have been promoting that idea for years in this space. I have, SKC, we've had several conversations on the phone. I have celebrated all your decisions. I have complimented you on the way your family works, on the decisions you've made. I have never been critical of one decision. Why do you ponder what this one ideal I have is, when I've pondered none of yours? I've said, man, do what's best for you, bro. You have repeated, you've never asked about vanilla ice cream. You keep asking about this.
Okay.
And real quick, and even right there, the zones. I think this is how a lot of people interpret what Nate was saying, because like zone is, I think he's trying to quote SKC. I don't know if he got it correctly, but I think that's how a lot of people perceived it. Why does it have to be black? Nobody said anything has to be black. He says there's a preference for. He said it's a preference for black, provided other requirements are met.
But they ignore that. They keep ignoring that. Why? Yeah. What is psychologically preventing you from acknowledging the totality of my statement?
Because hold on. Let me ask SKC this: if it's all about the qualities and character and all of that, then SKC, then you very well could also be with the black woman if she met the right qualities, characteristics, and attributes. Correct? I mean, or personality traits and upbringing and all of that, right?
I mean, to a certain degree, yeah. I think that
you was gonna be in trouble if you said no.
Yeah.
You was gonna be in trouble if you said no.
I don't know. I don't know why it's almost like I'm coming to you guys with open heart, and it seems like I'm in this.
I'm not attacking you.
Like I'm in some type of 36 chambers. I'm like no, it's like none of that. Bro. I'm just asking a simple question. It's not.
I expected you to say yes. I really did, because that's consistent. That's consistent with what you're saying. When you're being genuine and not trolling, you do say that. I think you do speak from a perspective of the race shouldn't matter. It should, not to get all sappy like Martin Luther King, but it should be about the contents of character, not the color of skin. So if somebody is consistent, then you still then you still very well could be with a black person.
Now if I wanted to add in a caveat to that, and I was to say, and I'll just use what Nate stated earlier when he used the example of the Native Americans. I get it if a Native American was like, hey, yeah, I want our language to get passed on. Yeah, there's certain things that we do as a people so far as whatever that is unique to this group that I would like for this to be passed on. And that's why I'm kind of wondering. Okay, so
Wait, hold on, wait, hold on.
and
Real
I'm not
quick.
saying that
Give
they
me,
don't exist in Black America. I'm
hold on,
not
wait. Give
saying
me,
that.
hold on. Give
I'm
me
just
an
saying,
example.
what are
Hold on,
those
wait.
things that you
Give
would
me
like
some
to be
examples.
passed on?
Give me an example of things like that Native Americans may want to be passed on.
Certain rites of passage for their sons and daughters, the language, various customs, different trades that they have that are specific to them that their people have done for centuries.
Okay. Yeah. And I think it is true that, and I've heard somebody make this argument, and they actually, when they said that everything that Black people have that's worth hanging on to and worth passing on, they named a few things. They named the music, they named some other things, because like when you talk about what is a culture, you look up the definition of culture. I'll do it right now. Look up, because some people argue that Black people don't have culture, but then you look up definition of culture, it's like, oh yeah, that does kind of count. But overall, I do think it is true that there isn't exactly, we've not done a good job of establishing culture and traditions and things that we want to, ideally hang on to. But culture definition, he says, the arts and other manifestation of human intellectual achievement. No, that's not it. That's not the right definition. Hold on, wait. That's not the one I'm looking for, at least.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
customs are arts, social institutions, and achievements of particular nation, people, or other social groups. That's still not finding the one that jumped out the way I wanted it to. But so it's almost like your argument is Black people haven't built, established, or maintained enough shit to be even trying to look at Black as something to hang on to.
that's
If
not my
that's
argument. That's
but
not my argument.
I understand that argument though.
Yeah,
Okay, can I
yeah.
say something about
My
culture?
argument is that there may be some things,
Well,
and
can I
that's what
speak?
I was actually looking for. As what are those things that
Can I
you
speak to the culture?
personally would like to
I'd
have
love to
passed
speak.
on?
I'd love to speak to the culture. Can I? All
Yeah,
right.
but hold on, real quick.
Go ahead.
Culture can be defined as all the ways of life, including arts, belief, and institution of a population that are passed down from generation to generation. Culture has been called the way of life for an entire society. As such, includes codes of manners, dress, language, religion, arts, rituals, music, blah 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 blah. All right, there it is. All right, I think that's the best definition of culture. So go ahead, little big Nate.
All right. So I want to separate modern day Black culture from our culture of the past. There are a few elements of modern day Black culture that I would like to preserve, but the culture I want to get back to, and what everything I've talked about for the last almost 4 years, speaking in this space, speaks to that. After our emancipation, Black people went out and established over 130 communities throughout the South and Southwest. Communities that were vibrant, hubs of economic activity. These communities traded with each other, hotels, banks, restaurants. Black men would come to town like laborers who wear a pair of overalls all day. When they came to town, they had a white shirt, a tie, a blazer, and a hat. Black men were so dignified. When they came to town, even though they were a laborer in a pair of ratty overalls, he put a shirt and tie, a blazer, and a hat on with his overalls. I've seen pictures, these beautiful Black men, these supportive Black women working in the businesses of these Black men. We had a magnificent culture when we were conservatives and Republicans. That is an irrefutable fact. The Black dollar in the late 1800s, early 1900s, circulated these Black communities for 3 to 5 years. The Black dollar now, 3 to 6 hours. The biggest difference now, you're liberals, you're Democrats, you worship the white devil liberal, the filthy feminist pasty skunk ghoul, and their filthy nigger imps that they put up on media for you to follow, like Roland Martin, Michael Eric Dyson, and all these other leftist degenerates. I want to get us back to that culture. I want to get us back to an idea of conservatism, You ain't got to be no fucking Republican, but there has to be some type of ideology that undergirds your belief system, how you engage with people, how you conduct your family affairs, how you treat men, how you conduct business. And I know conservatism is the best way for us to do that. And I have been consistently promoting that message in the space. I have never backed down. I have gone to war all over the space with niggas and murdered them. Murdered them with my, I dropped out of college in the 13th grade, nigga. Ain't no letters of learning here. I'm the one that says, forget the black love conversation. It's a waste of time. Proper black men need to lay out the parameters of engagement. Either black women are going to adopt and get on those parameters, or any other woman, or to hell with them. Fuck them and throw them back in the street. I don't give a shit. They mean nothing to me. And neither do the niggas that crawl around on their hands and knees following their leadership. I want to get our best and brightest out of this quagmire. And that's what I've been working to do for 4 years now. That's what the Black Manosphere Meetup's about. That's what everything I've talked about is about. And I am consistent.
All right.
That's it.
We will end it on that note. I do want to formally thank Hood Servative, who was a special guest today. And I do want to thank SKC, who, you know, I think he asked a fair question, but there's some aspects of it where I think it was partly there's always a splash of disingenuousness in some of the questions that he asked, but a lot of it was good, solid, and genuine. And I think he's trying to pin it down. He's trying to pin certain things down. So I respect it. And just making it very clear. I did not let Trey up on purpose because I like put it like this: SKC can troll, but then could take a breath and have a really serious conversation. I don't see too many serious conversations when Trey comes. No. Trey be trolling, and when we trying to get clarity on an issue, Trey is the enemy of clarity. So there's that.
He said I was serving my son up to Strags.
Yeah,
Fuck him.
and I think everybody understood.
Fuck that nigga.
Chill. I think everybody understood that that's not what you were doing. I think like Hood Servative and SKC had more legitimate clarity in questions that they were asking you and me, for that matter. And I think we all can generally agree on certain things. You know, most people in this space, I say, agree on 90% of everything. You know, so that's not that much to argue about. It'd be a lot of trolling. It do be a lot of trolling, but no, SKC is solid. SKC, that's my guy. No issues with SKC. No issues with SKC.
I don't have any issues with SKC. I had some questions. SKC and I talk on the phone. He's working on the Black Manosphere Meetup ad campaign and stuff. I got no problems with SKC, but come on, man. SKC been asking these same questions for years, dog. He's never asked anybody about vanilla ice cream, but he keeps asking about the value of black or why black. And I don't have a problem with him thinking that, but I've answered it.
Well, I don't think it's nothing
At least
wrong.
Don't ask me it anymore.
I don't think it's nothing wrong with asking that question if he's talking to somebody. Like, for example, I've had somebody on here. We brought up drugs being sold in the black community in the 80s, and somebody tried to argue that no, it's not a bad. Somebody tried to argue it fueled the economy, and I've heard people make horrible arguments in defense of everything that's wrong with black culture. So I think when SKC is talking to a person like that, I think he's asking the right question. When he's talking to, he's asking the right questions then. But when he's talking to somebody like you who agree with him on everything that's wrong with black culture, then the questions. I think his only thing is he goes maybe one step further. I can't even say he goes one step further because you're about separation. It's just he wants to separate from it and you want to separate from it. I think you're more hopeful that you could probably get more black people to separate from it. And he's like, no, it ain't no getting other people to think that. But the contradiction he runs into, he's a part of an organization called Save Yourself Black Man. So he thinks that there's people that he can get to separate from it. So in his own way, he's trying to save at least half the community, because half the community are black men. So it's like, so that's the problem that they run into when they criticize black men who properly identify the problem, properly call out the problem, make it their whole YouTube career ranting and raving about the problem to anybody that would listen. And then when that person just takes the step of saying, I would like to see as many black people as possible not persist in this problem. I don't, and by not persist in this problem, I mean, have normal, traditional, nuclear, properly structured family and raise some properly structured kids who will grow up and be some properly structured people. It shouldn't be any pushback when somebody says that. But when somebody is talking about some blackity black, we black y'all, and they're really just trying to preserve the nigga shit, that's when SKC should be, asking all those questions. I never understand why you get those questions from him, because to me, y'all are on the same page. So that's my confusion, and that's one of the long-standing confusions. And whenever me and SKC ever debate anything, it's normally centered around something like that. It's centered around something like that. And hold on, and Hood is saying men must be the community, and yes, and I absolutely 100%.
Who disagrees with that? My God.
Yeah, everybody agrees with that. So even it seemed like somewhere in Hood Conservative, he's hearing you say that you want to yield to the women or something. I don't know how he's hearing that, because what I hear you saying is basically the women who hop on board got to get down, lay down, or get the fuck on. That's what I hear you saying,
bruh.
So
this whole quagmire was initiated by me just simply saying, ideally, I would love my son to be able to marry a quality black woman and raise a family. And it sends niggers hyperbolic. I'm getting insulted in the chat. My son is getting disrespected, which will make me slice your fucking throat open.
You got let
I swear to God, you disrespect my family, I'll do 10 streams on you and I'll leave them up.
All right.
And
I just timed the individual. I don't even know what he said recently.
Leave. Angry Man told you all to leave me alone. You don't have to agree with me. See, I've never hopped on a platform and said, SKC, why do you think that way? SKC, why do you want to do that? Well, why do you want to do? I let black men do what they want to do. Will you extend to me the same courtesy? Will you? A simple thought in my head. Yeah, it'd be great if my son could find a quality black woman when he's ready to get married, beautiful little babies, Any babies are going to be beautiful, but I don't have the right to have a preference. Everybody has a preference. Do you argue with the women that want men over 6 feet? No. Do you argue with the Jewish woman that wants her Jewish son to be with a Jewish woman? No. You only have issues when it's black, because there are people that don't think there's any value to black. And there's one of them in the chat. He bragged his daughters don't date black guys.
The individual is timed out and was not allowed to come up, so I would rather not even discuss.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll stop saying
SKC. I don't even know if I would accept that debate, because one, I don't debate people on stuff I agree with them on. So it's like it's not enough disagreement for a TPOT debate, and what will end up happening is Hood Conservative will probably end up saying something like, y'all acknowledge all the problems in the black community, so why would you want to feed somebody back into the problem? Why do you want to feed a black man back into the problem? And I would agree and say I don't want to feed a black man into a problem, and I've never argued that on my show ever. And so we would end up it would be a lot of inadvertent straw mans or misunderstandings. So it's really not a debate. It's more like a clarity type of thing. Well, I don't see the debate. I agree with y'all. The only slight difference.
I'm joking. We know TPOT don't do debates anymore.
Oh, I forgot.
Can I say one thing? I want to answer a
I'm
question.
joking, and it's not personal to you, Nate. That's something. It is a question that I have asked several times to several different people, because the answer that I keep getting, um, because I'm the dumbest guy in the room, it seems
You're obviously
unsatisfactory
not
to my
SKC.
logic.
If I could say this
Wait,
real quick.
time out. SKC wasn't timed out. Yeah, the quit starting shit or quit typing stuff. Don't know what
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
talking
no, I
about.
wasn't timed
It
out.
was another.
I
It
was.
was another individual who was starting a bunch of shit.
If I could say this, Friedman's Journal asked a great question. He says, was the question insulting? Absolutely not. I didn't flip out when they asked it. I flipped out when SKC admittedly started twisting my words, and conservative twisted my words. Why are you going to such great lengths to ignore what I said and then put words in my mouth?
I think it
Friedman's
was genuine.
Journal,
I
that
think
is
it was
insulting.
Hold
That's
on,
what's
wait,
insulting.
real quick. I think SKC and Hood Conservative had genuine misunderstandings of what you were saying, or just maybe even genuine. I think a mix of genuine disagreement and genuine misunderstanding. I think it was
It's not an attack on SKC.
it was another individual in the chat room who was on some bullshit.
But SKC admitted he kind of misquoted me or ignored what I said. I am very clear. I'm very deliberate with the words I use. And but in order to make an argument against me, you have to ignore what I said. That's wrong. That's disingenuous. That's not debating in good faith. I acknowledge everything that'll come out of SKC's mouth. Please do me the same respect. That's all I'm asking for. The insulting part was ignoring what I said and then putting words in my mouth.
Okay.
Just please don't do that.
Okay, so just to be clear, the intent was not to put words in your mouth. Typically, as a Socratic method and a method of understanding, sometimes people will try to restate what the other person has stated in different words to see if they understand what was stated. But if there needs to be, a line by line recounting of the exact words, I get it. But my point on all of that is not you personally. No, you're just an avatar to what I'm thinking overall. I find it.
You don't see a problem with that sometimes if you make somebody an avatar to what you're thinking overall, the questions that you're asking may not apply to the person that you're plugging in as the avatar. I think that was a problem.
That possibly could be, and what I'm stating is in a lot of these situations where I ask that question, it'll be stated sometimes where people will say, you don't ask other people these questions. Well, I have asked other people those questions in real life. Some of the answers that I get. There's a heritage that has been passed down about this, and the other, and I would like to see that heritage passed down. There'll be points about various traditions or how a certain subset of people do things. And I understand. And the person will say, well, of course, but it's absolutely, that's not absolutely necessary. But, it's just a preference of different things that I have an attachment to so far as various traditions and different things. I get that. But when it comes to Black America, I to this day, I have not heard any of that. I just hear, well, other people want that, but then there's not an understanding as to why the other people want that.
And that's fair. And I think Nate did give a good answer to what he's talking about. But overall, what you're saying, what you're saying and what you're laying out, that part of it is fair. And like I said, we haven't done a good job of setting up, maintaining, establishing certain cultures, customs, traditions, and lineage, and passing things down, and in the whole works. As Black people have not done a good job at that. But Nate Nate did speak to it from a perspective that made sense. So in that sense, I do understand your question.
Okay. So I hope that clarifies everything. Um, and I don't. The other people that's in the chat doing stuff, I don't. Okay, people do all sorts of crazy stuff. To give you a sense of it, it's like how many times has I've made statements on various things, and infantry skills will come out of nowhere, and, and now there's a whole bunch of. It's like I don't even reply to the dude, man. It is what it is.
Yeah, no doubt.
Shout out
no
to
doubt.
SKC, man. We've had a lot of great conversations personally. Like we talked hours before about shit, about family.
Yeah,
And
your
I've always
personal thing.
acknowledged how excellent, how much I admire how you've done things, bro.
Yeah.
Have I
Your
not?
personal thing. That's not my point of contention. I'm just seeking a more general answer that makes sense. Because, like you
I think I've
stated, when
answered
other
it, but you
people
keep
say, "Well,
asking is the issue. I thought I answered. I thought I gave you a legitimately good
He
answer.
did. He did.
But it doesn't matter my answer because it just doesn't matter what I'm going to say. You have a perspective that no matter how well I explain it, you're still going to find an issue with it. Whenever I ask a brother something, whatever he tells me is it. Oh, okay, cool, bro. It is what it is. I don't revisit it because I know what his answer is, and I respect it as long as it's based in some logic. I think my answers are based in enough logic that you could say, all right, yeah, I can see where Nate, even though I don't agree with where Nate's coming from, but I see where he's coming from. And then we just move on from it. But guess, Casey, you asked this a lot, bro. Come on, man. I've never heard you ask about vanilla ice cream.
The vanilla ice cream. That was an example, and I don't think that question or even the green car or red car, I don't think that hits the mark. I understand what it's trying to do, but I think a person's race runs deeper than the color of paint that's sprayed on the body of a car. So, but I understand what he's going.
I would like to know how.
Really?
I can't do it now because I'm gonna be heading to a calligraphy class in a few. But I think that's an interesting question that could be kind of dissected. If a person wants to go down and take it to the scientific model, you're looking at a tiny fraction of a gene set. So how is that quite different from the tiny different fractional set that goes into how paint refracts or absorbs certain light?
I know, but do you think that people who have that small, tiny gene set that makes their skin a certain color, do you think that those people also there's also correlations with other attributes and other features and other traits? So it's like it's I don't think it's just that, because if you break it down all the way to the science and everything, like the people from Africa, yes, they got more sun, they're darker, their body responds differently to UV rays or blah 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 blah, whatever the fuck. Okay, so their skin is darker, but we are talking about a people who spent X number of thousands of years on one part of the globe, and versus another group of people that spent X number of thousand years on another part of the globe. So yes, that the part that makes their skin color different, that's one little small thing, but all the other things connected to it does make them phenotypically and in many other ways different in visibly noticeable ways. And then you add in culture. So that's why I don't think the skin color is just as simple as spraying paint on the body of a car. That's why I don't think it's that. So And I freely admit it could be an emotional argument. It could be an emotional argument, even if it's nothing of value to preserve. It could just be just a call from within to where you want to see black people do better, the same way that you live in Detroit, Michigan. You want to see the Pistons win, even though they suck. You know,
Great
it's like, you see what I'm saying?
There's no value to the Pistons, though. But hey, man, this is just my team, dog.
But the Pistons were great in the '80s, and we trying to return it to what it used to be. So you know that's so yeah. But then some people, and this is how I am with the Pistons, keeping it real.
The South shall rise again.
This is hold on, wait. But real talk, to keep the analogy going. This is how I am with the Pistons. I'm like, fuck the Pistons, let it burn. I don't go watch them sorry motherfuckers. until they draft somebody that I like to watch play, I'm not going to watch them. Put it like that.
But you wouldn't have a problem with somebody who does go to the Piston games and who is rooting for the team. Why do you have a problem with that? What's the issue? Let them root for whoever they want to root for. Let every man do what's best for him. Don't impose your shit. And I never impose my shit on my son.
That's only a problem if they uphold and support all the bad practices that is causing the team to suck. But if they're rooting for the team to do what makes sense so it won't suck no more, then I don't think anybody can get mad at that person. But I could just say, I ain't got the patience for this shit. I'm going to watch the Golden State Warriors. I'm not watching this shit. You know, so
me and Clue on my channel created a hashtag. It's similar to SYSBM. The hashtag is hashtag RBMR. I used to say on my show, run black man run, run black man run. And Clue put it in a hashtag, and it's going to be on a t-shirt on redpillapparelstore.com. And you'll be able to buy it. I always say, you don't have to run from all black women. You have to run from all black women like this, and then I'll show the type of black woman I'm talking about. I'm sorry, I'm not going to write off 100% of black women as much as some black men would like that to be. You have the right to write off 100% of black women. I have nothing to say about that. That is your choice. If I have a daughter, and Edward Anderson, daughter, nigga. Yeah, I am that. And I told this story on your stream the day before my first channel started. I told the story about my daughter's friend, right? My daughter's friend, she met her in her freshman year. I would drop my daughter off at her friend's house. Her friend was a single mom. There was a young man there, her brother. Well, there was my daughter's friend, her brother, and the mom that lived in the house. The little girl, the young lady wanted to come to my house, but the mother was a little apprehensive. I'm a single dad, you know what I'm saying? And my son's in here. And her daughter would be here. So she invited me over her house. We talked. She said, okay, he seems like a nice guy. And she allowed her daughter to come and hang out at my house with my daughter, okay? And we ate a couple of times. I would explain things to her about marriage, about manhood. Her father was in her life, but I'm in South Carolina. Her father was in Texas, so, But I would pick them up from football games, and I would always take an opportunity to talk to her and tell her the same things I told my daughter. This young lady got married when she was 19 to a 24-year-old machinist in Columbia, South Carolina. She has a child, and she's building a future with him. I told this story on your channel the day before my first channel started. You want to write them all off? That's your business. Go ahead. I know if I can talk to them, if I can instruct them to a certain degree, before they're ruined, before they've completely been consumed by this white devil liberal, I might be able to get them on the right road. And if you think I'm not going to say the 3 letters, but if you think I'm that, or you think I don't know what I'm doing, blah, 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 nigga, I raised a daughter into a gorgeous, goddamn successful young lady who still has her virtue intact, even though I know you think that's impossible. I think I know what I'm doing. Okay? You gentlemen do what's best for you. That's it. And everything works out in the end.
All right. With that said, we can turn this into a marathon that was completely unsuspected, completely unexpected. So shout out to Hood Server. He says, I have daughters, but I'm giving the majority of the will to the sons, patriarchy first. I absolutely 100% agree with that. Absolutely 100% agree with that. I'm still mad at Shaq saying he leaving everything to his daughters. His sons got to go out and get it themselves. Like, oh shit, okay. All right, I ain't about to go in on that. I ain't want to go in on that. But all right,
Salute to him.
all right. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here. Peace. We gone.